YouTube is so fucking stupid, dude. I hate streaming on YouTube. It's so fucking annoying. Anyways, I'm done being pissy about YouTube now. Back to talking to you guys, my favorite viewers ever, the Twitch viewers. All your YouTube thumbnails be the same. Yeah, I know that's partly annoying. Okay, so YouTube does this other annoying thing where once you add a thumbnail to a stream, you can't remove it. So I tried to remove that thumbnail after I had put in, and the goal was basically to just have the thumbnail be generated based off what I'm doing on stream, like randomly. Um, Except you can't remove a thumbnail. You have to literally reset your entire stream, generate a new stream key, schedule the stream now, manually input your stream key into your fucking OBS system every single time you go live, which is kind of why I stopped using it. Because it just fucking pissed me off. It was just so annoying. I hated having the same thumbnail, but there was no way to fix it. Mouse went mute. It's probably just because, I don't know, it's not responding to my voice. Respond to my voice! What if I do this? Hello? Mouse? Okay, what if I do this? Hello? Mouse? Okay, there we go. That works. Okay, I figured out a way to reset mouse without actually having to talk. Can't see the titties bounce? Well, you should be able to now. No? Okay, stop talking again. Hello? Mouse? You stupid fucking mouse. Hello? Okay, there we go. And gone. Is it gonna work? Is it working? It's working. Hello? Mouse? Okay, we're good. Okay, we're good. Quick, kick. How you doing? Any relation to the other quick? Okay, let me try something here. Okay. Let me try something. Okay, now I should be able to do this. That's gonna have to be a redeem, guys. I can't be giving that one out for free. We're just testing some technical stuff right now. Hell yes, NFT, you are way too excited for this shit, bro. Keep in mind, I am a 30-year-old man, okay? I think it's buggy. You should try it again. I don't know. It seems pretty well. It seems to be working pretty well for me. Well, I wonder, can I add a redeem while I'm live? Let me see right here. I'm worried if I add this redeem, I'm just gonna basically be the mouse guy in a full-on titty state like 90% of the time. I should have set a timer for how long the tits stay out. It does feel weird to just be like to have this be my default state. You know what I mean? Because the reality is, you're 31, not 30. Thank you. I forgot. My bad, dude. The reality is, if I like keep streaming every single day, somebody's gonna redeem the titties, and if I just keep it in that state the whole stream, people are just gonna think this is my default PNG tuber. Reset at the end of stream. That's what I tried to do, and then NFT fucking claimed it in the first 5 minutes. I could do nothing, you know? Okay, let me see here. What was it? I'm gonna try and add the redeem right now. We're getting into the technical details. All right, how do I do this shit again? Earnings, no. Role manager, no. Monetization, bits and cheering. Where the fuck is it? Settings, viewer rewards, power-ups and channel points. Customize points. Nope, that's not what I want. Manage power-ups and channel points. Okay. Let's add a new one. We'll call this. And then we'll add, I don't know, let's say this. And we'll make it that. All right, now I think if you guys refresh, let's see. If I refresh, does it pop up for me now? Oh my god, it has jiggle. I know, dude. I aim to please. What can I say? Okay, we've added a new redeem. I've set it at 1,000 because I don't want to spam it all the time. Okay, where's my brush? There it is. Also, how you doing, Emmy? Brush. Hey, Snack. What up? What up? Yeah. NFT, I know your ass fucking put this in the playlist. Hehe. Is nobody gonna redeem the new redeem? Come on, guys. I thought you guys were better than that. Really just gonna leave me dangling like that? And yes, that's a boob pun. NFT, I know you want to. Hey, yo, what the fuck is this song? It's the song of NFT's people, dude. It does remind me of like shawarma shops, though. I won't lie. Every time I go into like a Middle Eastern shawarma shop, they're always dropping this fire shit. I'm broke from putting your glasses back on. No, why would you spend your points on the glasses? So mean, it's a good song. I didn't say it was bad. And I don't think he did either. I think he just said, what the fuck is this song? He's just asking what it is very aggressively. It doesn't mean he thinks it's bad. You're getting insecure, big guy. Don't worry. I feel like the head is a little big here. But then it kind of feels like her head's like a weird shape. Ding ding. I like that. Okay, we're gonna do something like that. I'm trying to change up the eyes a little bit. I just don't like the way they're looking. They're just too flat for me. I feel like I do better. Let's get all scribbly with it, you know? You should learn Turkish. So I would never use that ever. What's the point? It has a super deep poetic meaning. I don't think I've ever heard Turkish in my life, bro. There's nobody in Canada who speaks Turkish. There's definitely at least one person who speaks Turkish there. Yeah, okay. There's definitely a guy who speaks Turkish in Canada. But I'm just, you know what I'm saying? Smart ass. Dude, I spat on my tablet. Oh, wait, that's a burger. What is? Excusez-moi. This whole time I thought it was an empty head emote. I couldn't see it clearly. Oh, no, you can see it on the Discord. The Discord, there's like a larger version of it, I think. We want the my goddess audience. Is that what we're going for right now? We want people to. I thought I was just giving them fan service, dude. The big freaking melons is just for the chat. I personally, I'm not a big melon guy. The bodily curves though, make it Queen Sayako instead. Are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about this chick. I don't know who Queen Sayako is. I thought you were talking about my fucking PNG tuber, dude. You just told me to die. Look, man, I'm gonna give you the NFT. I'm gonna tell you what my mom told me, okay? Swear words are worse in languages I can understand, okay? If you're dropping slurs in other languages, I have no control over that. I can't regulate it. That being said, if you do that, even if you're joking, I will ban you. So don't do that. It wasn't me, NFT. Don't ever do that again, okay? No, I'm just playing. I know, dude. It's a black-haired Yamato Nadashiko standing in the manga of Megami Sama. Dude, I fucking sounded so white reading that shit. Purée de pomme de terre. Okay. That I know. Okay. Don't know what to do with the other arm. I just want it to like flow, but I don't want it to feel like too unnatural or too stiff. I don't know. You missed chat roasting Gladsask about her liking ketchup on toast melts. I'm lurking in there. I just did she lose connection? Because her fucking stream reset like 3 times. I kept getting a notification for it. Like 3 times, yeah, exactly. Just like I said. I want to do long hair. I just don't really know how to do it. It's more like how it like connects from here to down here. Whether there should be a full connection, partial connection, I don't know. I'd have to find somebody to study and like figure it out. See, like that's too much. Too much hair. So where does the bladed hair come from? Bladed hair? Like the way I'm doing her hair now? It's just general like anime style. I think like a lot of people do hair like that in anime. It's pretty generic, not gonna lie. Mr. Snag, if you don't mind, could you take a look at the drawing I submitted after you gave some tips? Sure, we can start with the critique. Let's jump into it. Fuck it. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Yeah, so I was looking at this earlier, dude. So there's some stuff I want to go over on it specifically. One of those things. Where the fuck did I post it? Oh, I think it's still posting. Oh my god, that's so big. Why is that so big? Bro, I thought my canvases were huge. What size fucking canvas are you using, dog? That's what she said. I'm gonna need to see a hog reveal if you're gonna be dropping those lines. Ooh. Oh, shit. Very nice. Very nice. We love a nice hog reveal. Yeah. That makes me think of like you ever seen fucking there's God, what was it? CSI Miami? Yeah. Starts off I don't know. It just reminds me of like 80s rock when people scream yeah like that. I can't do it. My voice cracks because it's too fucking deep. It can't hit the high octaves. Okay, guys, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not feeling the playlist. Sorry, NFT. I know this is probably your song. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Back to techno. Okay, so looking at this, one thing I want to really harp on is line integrity. So if I'm looking at the reference here, so this is another thing that we're gonna go over. So there are places where you can be chaotic, and there are places where you can't be chaotic. Okay, so I'm gonna copy her reference in here. Hopefully it's not massive. It isn't. Okay, great. So there's some spots where you are chaotic with your brushstrokes quick that are too that don't align with the reference. Shireen, how you doing, big dog? So, for instance, if you see here, you have very clear, I'll do it in red. You have very clear brushstrokes here, right? You can see the brushstrokes overlapping. It gives this chaotic feeling. There's a lot of messiness around the chin here, like stuff like this, overlapping here. These lines sort of unclear. These like little straggly bits here, little straggly bits here, etc., etc., okay? I'm just going to reduce the opacity on yours so it's a little bit clearer what I'm pointing out. Now, if you look on theirs, it's pretty smooth, okay? There's not a lot of chaotic movement until you get to like the light sources or in these regions here. Even this light source here is pretty well blended out with maybe some little exceptions. But in general, this transition here, look at this. Look at this transition. You can barely tell going from like this lighter value down here to this darker value in here. This transition is very, very gradual and there's no obvious hard lines. Okay, whereas on yours, there's these various hard lines where it just feels like all these little areas where the lines are very clearly visible. It feels harsh. Okay, so I would like to see you be selective, and we'll add this. Okay, selective when adding hard and soft lines. Let me. Where can I put this? Where can I put this? I'll put it here. Selective use of hard and soft edges. Analyze where the artist is using hard edges and where they're using soft edges, and then apply that appropriately. Okay? So in your case, fuck, I drew that on the wrong layer, whatever, it doesn't matter. In your case, you're just sort of, it feels like you're using hard edges just sort of indiscriminately. We want a little bit of discrimination between our hard and soft edges. We want to be a little bit selective. Focal areas. I don't know if focal areas is really the thing that would define whether you have a hard or soft edge. Skin is probably going to have a lot more soft edges in its transitions than areas like hair. Okay, you could probably have a lot more hard edges in hair than you can in skin. Typically, it's not like a hard and fast rule. I'm trying to generalize as much as I can to give you a framework to work off of, but skin typically, skin usually, I like the word typically will have softer edges. Okay. Yay, discrimination. Yeah, in this case, discrimination equal good. Okay, your hard and soft races are not equal. Okay? There are places where they belong. We need to segregate them. Okay? We're going back to the olden days. All right? And there are I don't really know all of the rules, so it's very hard for me to guide you on sort of where to use hard edges and where to use soft edges. And a lot of those rules will cross over where there's areas where you would think would be a hard edge, and there are like cynics will use a lot of hard edges when rendering skin, right? Whereas this artist in this particular study does not. Okay, so that's sort of more what I want to illustrate. When you're doing a study, try and look at the artist and see how they're using their hard and soft edges to make like their decisions when rendering, and apply that appropriately depending on the style that you want to develop, right? There's nothing necessarily wrong with having hard edges in skin. It's just that this artist doesn't. They definitely have some hard edges, right? With like where the light is. I see a lot of hard edges where the oops. The fuck? Where the sort of light transitions, there's a lot of hard edges. Like there's a hard edge here, clearly, but then there's a soft edge as it transitions into this pinkish color over to the lip, right? There's a hard edge here, but then there's a soft edge as it transitions away into the light. And I'm gonna use hard lines for hard and soft line and hash lines for soft, okay? Just to illustrate it a little bit clearer. So we got hard edge there. We've got kind of a mix of hard and soft down here. This looks a little hard to me, very lightly though. Okay, and then this area here is very soft. This seems all very soft in here. There's a lot of hue shifts, a lot of value changes that are very soft. And so what I want you to go into when you apply changes to the face again, not getting into proportions, but just rendering this time, is thinking of those transitions and those hard and soft edges, right? Because if I'm looking at your guy here, or girl, or whatever, this is all very hard. These are all super duper hard edges. These are all, whereas this is also very hard. And I just don't think that that's the way this artist is using their strokes, okay? Skin is a delicate femboy and fabric is a harsh tomboy. Exactly, sure. Whatever helps you remember it, dude. I don't care if you gotta think of the worst shit ever to remember the difference between hard and soft edge. But the thing is, you want to have combinations of them in your piece, and those combinations are gonna come down to the style you want to emulate, right? So there's no. I really want to stress this. There's no absolute rule around hard and soft edges. You can use them however you want, but if you want stylistic cohesion relative to a piece that you're studying, like if you want your art to look like this, which is, if you're studying it, I assume that's why you're doing it, okay? And then you want to try and pay special attention to these hard and soft regions, okay? I always turn my stuff black and white to tell the light with the light edge. To tell black and white to tell with the light edges. Yeah, that's another thing you can do. Also, if you want to check your values, okay, what you can do is you can apply a new layer over top of your drawing quick. So you can do, this is another way to check values, okay? We're going to do what Glad said because it's a good point. So if you want to check values, you can do new layer, set that layer to hue, and then paint that layer white or black, I think. I don't think it really matters. I think I just do white usually. Yo, Faye, what up, dude? How you doing? What up, Faye? So that's what I'm going to do here, okay? And then you'll see what I mean. So I'm going to do new layer. Enter. Now I'm going to take the layer, set it to hue, like I said. And then I'm going to paint that layer white. I'm going to select white. I'm going to use my paint bucket tool, and I'm just going to dump it over that layer. It's probably going to crash my thing because my fucking thing is huge. And now look at that. Now we can check our values. Shireen says, this rendering is too stylized. Just studying it is not enough. You need to find your own way to do this. I don't know if I fully agree with that, Shireen. I think the reality is you can't find it's a lot easier to dissect and try to reverse engineer something that's done and try and understand why it's done and why it works than it is to try and figure it out from scratch, if that's what you're saying. If I'm misinterpreting what you're saying, then disregard what I just said. But my view is if you want to learn to draw like oh shit, if you want to learn to draw like this, okay, you should probably actually do studies of this particular style and reverse engineer that shit. Hey yo, you got huge biddies? You like that? You like that? Nobody's redeemed the fucking do a jiggle though. Fine. We'll just you'll just have to enjoy it when I talk. Midnight Suki, how you doing? How you doing, Midnight? Okay, so shit. Okay, we'll do a jiggle. I do. You like that? Crazy Redeem? The mind of a straight man. What can I say? I'm built different. IEP? Why you so EP, dude? Shit. Maybe this will wake you up, huh? Bro, I want to redeem undoing the tats. I can't concentrate on your eyes. Maybe I should add that redeem then. Don't take them away from us. They have to be an equivalent cost. Let me see what I can do here. Actually, let me finish up this revision because we're pretty much through most of what I want to go over. I'm not saying don't study this style. I watched a lot of speed paints with this style, and they literally just do what they know. Yeah, but the thing is, they know that stuff partly because they've done it a million times, and partly because they've dissected where it's appropriate to do that stuff, right? Like, the chaotic sort of movement of, like, the hair here, while, yes, they're doing it in a very, like, unique way that you probably won't be able to figure out without watching them, there's still stuff that you could take from this, like sort of these transitions from soft to hard edge, right? I was up late. Why were you up late, dude? What were you up to? What were you getting up to, huh? You partying? Without me, Midnight? What's going on? The big things I want you to take away is the hard edges and the soft edges, okay? And then another thing I want to talk about is your use of color, I think. Let's see what we got here. I think your color might not actually be too bad. Yeah, you're not far off actually with your color picks. I think this shape here is probably a little too large. So when you're doing like a larger when light hits something, if the light is catching all of this area here, what you're saying to the viewer is the cheekbone that exists underneath this eyeball is huge, okay? Which would be more of like a male skull, which is probably why it feels like a little bit more masculine. And also the eye shape being sort of the way it is also kind of another reason that it feels a little it's just too wide. I would just sort of tone it down a lot. Like I would trim the eye quite a bit. I would shrink the iris also. Shrink iris. Let's see. Iris. Fucking whatever the fucking thing in the eye is. I don't know why I always fuck that up. The iris is like the little black bit, isn't it? The sclera is the white bit. I don't know. That just fucking pupil is like the other shit. Shrink pupil. Shrink pupil. Shrink the not the you know what I mean. Shrink the thing in the middle. Shrink thing in eye. I should know this shit. I know so much about like weird obscure muscles, but for whatever reason I just don't know what the fucking iris. Yeah, okay, so is the iris the colored bit? And the pupil's the black bit, and then the sclera the white bit? Is that how it works? Shrink the iris. Iris. Yeah. Thank you, Shan. See, I know shit. I should say thank you, Shan and Coco. I can't just give credit to Shan for that. Do you recommend using an airbrush for soft edges? No, I recommend using a hard brush with opacity built into it, which is what you seem to have. So what I would do is, let's say I'm taking a hard brush, okay? So this is my hard brush. So let's say you can see it's my hard brush. No, that's not my hard brush. You can see it's hard, right? I put a line down, it creates like a relatively hard edge, okay? If I put a bunch of lines down, it's going to create hard edges, but it's pressure sensitive, right? So if I press really light, I can gradiate it out, right? So that's what I would use. And then I would just go over it, I would color pick what I want, and I would sort of do a line here, color pick that line, do another line, color pick that line, and just keep color picking and doing a line, right? And then you'll see it'll naturally blend out with the hard brush. See? That's usually how I do my soft transitions. I keep my hard brush, but I just sort of, do a stroke, color pick the edge of that stroke. Okay. So what I do, let me show you in steps. So I'll do a hard stroke. Okay. And the lightest part of that hard stroke, I will color pick. Okay, and then I'll go back and forth basically over that, creating a gradient. You just keep going over it. It's a little tedious, but it creates a gradient over time. You can also just sort of take your hand and push hard and then push lighter. Okay? If you want to do it that way too. Is it just me or is Snack's mic acting up? Is my mic being fucky right now? Let me check my audio. I just checked my shit in OBS. I'm good, dude. You're tweaking. You're tweaking, blood. Right? So just get you a brush that has pressure sensitivity or opacity based on pressure sensitivity. And then go in and sort of, and you have that. You seem to have it. Like, I think your brush does that. Like, if I'm going in here, now I'm just painting down in here, blah, 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 big. And I try and do big strokes. Big strokes, okay? So keep the brush pretty large. And then just sort of paint around until you're happy with what you have. And what you'll notice, I think on hers, is it's a little bit lighter all the way through here. And then this is a soft edge, remember? So going into the cheek here, it's a soft edge. Also, the eye here, I wouldn't add the light source going directly up to the eye. Okay? There's a lid underneath here. Okay? And you have to show that there's a plane transition there. And it's going to make it feel like the eye has more of a 3D structure. If you draw an eye from the side, and I'm going to stop after this because I'm definitely overloading you. So color pick the edge of the brushstroke, more or less. Color pick the color in between where you want between the lightest and the darkest. Once in a while it crackles a bit. No. I don't really know how to fix that. I need a new mic. You're not crazy, baby? Baby girl, don't let them gaslight you? Okay. So quick, the eyeball exists inside two eyelids, right? And these eyelids have angles to them where they touch up onto the cheek, right? So if this is the cheek, and then the nose or whatever, this cheek, these planes change direction. So when the light shoots down here, it's going to catch on the cheek here, but it's not going to catch here. Light doesn't bend, right? It shoots in straight lines. So it's not going to bend up and then catch underneath here. So that light here, or that plane has to be visible here, and it'll make it feel like the eye is a lot more sort of grounded. I'm not insane. Okay, I don't really know how to troubleshoot my issues though. Give me a sec. I'll right? Like, doesn't that feel so much softer? And I'm looking here. I'm noticing this is kind of a soft transition in this region here. Color pink darker because it's pretty dark. Anyways, the point is, I'm not gonna go super detailed over painting over this whole thing or whatever, but I just sort of want you to know that you can like apply. See these differences? Like, see how much more delicate and soft it feels. Also, I think your jaw, looking at this now, is a little too far back. So I'd bring the jaw forward. It'll feel a lot more feminine. And I'm using a hard brush. Like, my brush is not particularly soft. It's not like an airbrush. If you use an airbrush, I'm worried a lot of beginners will use airbrushes, and I think it's a bad habit because it tends to. Please skip song. It was an accident. One sec. I'm not paying attention, so we're listening to it. Soft brushes tend to be used by beginner artists because they think to do soft transitions, they need to use a soft brush, but the reality is, I think they oftentimes will end up muddying the piece by trying to use soft brushes, and I would just advise against it. I think you can use soft brushes later on, but I think it's good to learn with harder brushes, personally. But I'm mainly a traditional artist and color phobic. Well, look, dude, I'm the biggest color phobe on the planet, so I hear you. These things are still good to learn and apply. Anyways, that's where I'll leave you with your vision. There's a lot that I said there, okay, dude. So I would really recommend probably actually just replaying the VOD later or something and trying to glean the insights from that. Because the reality is, I said a whole lot of shit, and I don't expect you to really understand everything I said. So replaying that section of the video is gonna be very useful to you. And one thing that you can note is the video. I guess this whole segment stopped basically 45 minutes, so probably about 10 minutes. Probably from around 35 to 45 minutes into the video. I'm a victim of color phobia to this day. You and me both, brother. I mean, look at this. Look at all the color I got. There's nothing going on here. Silent artist man, hello. Meet loud artist man. How you doing, silent artist man? Holy cow. Holy cow, what? New account, but we've talked before. Refresh my memory. How do we know each other? Your lines of action are crazy good, by the way. Oh, like the flows in here. Thanks, man. I try really hard. I think the thing I do. I don't know what the fuck my. There we go. Thing wasn't erasing. I think the thing I do that works really well is I start really really rough and messy, and it gets you can sort of get like really dynamic movement by doing that. Holy shit, my thing is laggy. You can get really dynamic movement doing that, and I think it's just really helpful to just gonna delete some layers here. It's really helpful to try and find those lines of action and tighten them down, trying to preserve it as you go through. It's all right, I am, but but not because of snack stream. Is my mic still fucking being weird or whatever, or is it all good? Also, we're gonna add the redeem to undo the tits, just so that people don't think I'm a mouse with giant fucking double D's all the time. Okay, I can't have people thinking this is my base state. Mike's still crackly. Yes, Mike is weird. Oh my god, dude. Let me check this out. And we're back. All right. There we go. Is it good now? Thank you, Glad. I'll try not to gaslight you again, okay? That was very appreciated for you to tell me the shit is fucking up with my audio. I don't wanna punish you for helping me out. I gotta make it jiggle though, because Venosa is insisting. My PNG tuber is like fucked right now though. Okay, let me reset this. Okay, yeah. Okay. You like that? We're making a jiggle, Venosa. Ah, pure silence. It's all right. I'm used to not being appreciated. I can't help it, dude. It's the white man in me, dude. I can't help but gaslight you. It's just the way it is. I get a whiff of that Y chromosome and sorry, that X chromosome. It just makes me act up, you know? All right. What was I doing? What was I doing? Oh yeah, I'm gonna add a redeem to remove the tits. Unless we just say that the tits are around for about like X amount of time and then we just clip them out. Do we want to do that? What do we want? Okay? Do we want yin and yang where you guys can fight each other to give me big fucking busty milky melons? Or do we want to set a timer to how long I have tits for? 2 minutes of tits? That seems like a very short amount of time. Also, Silent Artist Man, I don't know if you answered me earlier when I asked you who you used to be. Because you said you changed accounts. If you don't want to say and you want to keep it a mystery, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just curious. Tits are just permanent now? I did. I asked about gestures a long time ago. Oh, yeah, I remember you. Okay, yeah. I remember. Okay, let me just remove the tits then. I'm embarrassed to say I forgot my name. That's okay. It happens to the best of us. It gets worse with age. No! Snack wants tits for longer than 2 minutes. It's okay, Snack. I too have tried fake melons. I think it's just... Hold up. Wait, what'd you say? I didn't register that last bit. Okay. How do you get fake melons? You stuff a bra or something? Anyway, it doesn't matter. You don't have to tell me how you pretend to have boobies. It's fine. What I want to know is 2 minutes too short? It feels like for $1,000 redeem. Okay, 1,000 snack tax redeem, I should say. It's kind of short. Anyone know how long it takes to get 4K points? I think the calculation I did was like it's something like. Also, why the fuck is the music just stopping? What the hell? Stop it. I think it was something like you can build up. I think around like 350 points an hour, so it would take a while. I got a trans friend. She tried me to let her shit on for fun. I look glorious in those double D's. Probably 2 streams, maybe. Double D's. Hell yeah, dude. She let you try her shit on. I'm not even gonna delve into this topic. I'm just gonna keep it unknown for me, okay? I got questions, but we're not gonna go into it. Probably 2 streams. I don't think so. Okay, let me look up. Let me look up. I'm close to 50K to blow it. I'm too close to 50K to blow it on mice tits. Wise girl, dude. All right. How many Twitch points can you save? Can you save per hour? 320 Twitch channel points per hour as a non-subscriber, or 640 channel points per hour as a subscriber. And that probably goes up depending on the tier of subscriber you are. So, I guess it would take you a while. You blow your points on song redeems though, but I mean the rate that you're gaining them is probably way faster. I intentionally made the song redeem thing super low so I don't have to worry about people blowing their points. But I guess what we could do, we could add another redeem to remove the tits. That way you could have yin and yang, and they're both like $1,000. Let me see. Power up and channel points. Let's do add a new reward. We'll call it this. and we'll make it, I don't know. We'll make it what color? We'll make it blue, and then what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go with the gendered colors because I'm based. All right, we're gonna go with the gendered colors. This one is the one to remove the tits is gonna be blue, and the one to add the tits, I'm changing it to pink. We're gonna make a nice shade of pink, like a nice little like a pastel pink, you know? Cute. All right, hell yeah. Oh my god, gendered colors, how preposterous. I'm a millennial, what can I say? Guilty. Oh. Mastectomy? Are you just saying words now? Oh, you mean the fucking redeem? Like I'm getting a double mastectomy. That seems like too much. That seems like too graphic, I think, to use like surgical terms, medical terms on the removal of my snack breasts. I think we'll just keep it based. I fixed the gestures by putting back the time limit. Oh yeah? What do you find changed when you added a time limit? Okay. Something like that for the hand. I don't know. We'll figure that out later. It's not super important. I slept like shit. I'm gonna be lurking. All right, Disney. I appreciate you coming by. Anyways, don't worry. Get some Z's, big dog. Get some Z's. Guys, today's gonna be fucked. Okay, I have no groceries. I was actually gonna order my groceries before stream, and then I got distracted because I was trying to figure out how to multi-stream on YouTube, which I did figure out by the way. But but now I'm torn because I didn't order groceries. So now I'm gonna be really fucking hungry all stream, which means I might be wired and I might start just like hallucinating or some shit. Am I the only one who gets capped at two songs, or is this other people too? All right, let me retry. Let me reset Songify, see if that helps. Songify.exe. Where you at, bitch? So many technical issues today. What do we got? Check for updates, settings, Twitch, rewards, Spotify, configure, system. There's no reset. View. Check online status. Console. I don't know where the refresh button is on this thing. I don't know, dude. I will troubleshoot that. I just don't want to. I won't do it right now. I've had this cap for like 2 weeks, dog. Oh shit. Well, I'm such a bad stream. I'm so naughty, dude. I'm such a bad fucking streamer. What can I say? I'll remind me off stream if I forget, okay? And I'll try and apply it because it is you are my most loyal song requester, and I can't do you wrong, okay? I gotta take care of my precious little baby, okay? Don't worry, baby girl. Papa's got you, but you gotta remind me because Papa's lazy and he's not gonna do it himself. So, okay, back to that. There we go. Guys, I'm gonna go piss. I'm gonna run some ads, and then I'll be right back. All right, I'm gonna go piss and probably scarf down a can of tuna because I'm a fucking animal and I've got nothing else to eat. BRB. Let's put that right there. There you go. Beautiful. Now people can see the lovely art, and they'll know I'm pissing. Fantastic. All right, BRB. I just had the most boy dinner I think I've ever eaten in my life, dude. No, scratch that, dude. Man dinner. I took a piss. I went to my kitchen. I opened a can of tuna and I ate tuna just unseasoned, straight from the can. No utensils. I grabbed it with my hands because I did my dishes last night, except I forgot to turn on my dishwasher. So I have no forks. I only have knives. And they're all in my dishwasher. And I was like, I don't really give a fuck about cleaning it, dude. And so I just stood above my sink eating a can of tuna with my bare hands, and then I ate a block of feta cheese with the other hand. Okay? And then I washed my hands and I came back here. Eating, eating like a true rodent. Yeah, exactly. Did you get water? I do. I got water right here. Without tuna, snack would probably die. This is true. I also have turkey bacon in my fridge, but I gotta cook it. I can't eat it like raw, you know? But the tuna, I could just fucking dummy that shit. Consequence free. Other than, the mercury or whatever, but straight from can is wild. I've done that so many times. Usually I use a fork though, I will say. That's the first time I've fucking put my grubby little fingers into a can of tuna and just shoveled it into my mouth like a dog. All right, what the fuck did I miss? Are you guys talking shit in chat? What do you mean average cat snack combo? What do we got here? What do we got? I'm the only one who gets capped at Tucson, blah blah blah. We read that. Man, it was 12 inches. Well, Shireen, you can't win them all, okay? What's 12 inches now? What did I miss? Oh god. How does it know? Oh shit. Silent, you rocking a hog, dude? You fucking hiding a hog? What's going on, big dog? I've been beat. Stroke game still better though. Yeah, you gotta hold on to what you got, huh? If you want, we could split it. Oh my god, dude, that sentence just hurt my penis. I don't like that you said we could split it. All right, I'll give you 4 inches. I'm Asian. 6 inches is like 20 here. Damn, cockflation. God forbid a chat goons the goons for good. 6 inches above average in the states too. No way, you guys are taller. I think the average is like five something around here for penis length. I mean, I'm not. I don't mean. I said I think, but I know like for a fact. Like I know. I know the exact number down to the decimal point. Okay, of what the average penis size is in North America. You just gotta check. You know, you gotta make sure that you gotta make sure you're well endowed and or not well endowed. Yeah, Snack got insecure and Googled it. It's okay, Snack. It ain't about insecurity, dude. There's no man on earth who hasn't looked up the average dick size in his region. Okay, and if they say they haven't, they're lying. Okay, Coco, don't try and virtue signal. I know your ass googling that shit. Sup, big dog? Been a minute. Yeah, it's been a bit. How you been? How you been? Oh shit, was that burp number 200? That was a tuna and feta cheese burp. Yeah, but for a different reason, Baka. Okay, whatever, dude. You can crank hog to dick research, and I can, compare hog to dick research. We're both the same, all right? We're not so different, you and I. I love how the moment I joined, the main subject's about average cock size. To be fair, I did not start it this time, okay? I went to go eat, and people just started talking about their cocks. Well, it was mostly women talking about their cocks, ironically. Oh, good grief. Next, he'll talk about Reddit again. Kitchen Cells hasn't really been delivering that much, I won't lie. Unless you're talking about small dick problems. 200 burps, reason to celebrate. There you go. We've done it, guys. I think this girl's iris needs to be smaller. Glad's got the size, but she don't got the motion, you know? Glad's out here hurting ladies. Or men. Why the fuck? This just doesn't feel right, you know? What if I rounded it more? Does that feel better? It just there's something really boring about it. Whatever. I'll have to figure that out. I did like the size a little bit more, I think. It's nice having good old scholarly snack back. I've always been a scholar, dude. Just sometimes the research ain't things that people want to know, you know? What are those new suggestion points? What do you mean suggestion points? You mean the redeems? I don't know. You'll have to find out. You'll have to find out, Zaza. I know your ass can afford it. Hey, Snack, do I resell all of my art books after I'm good at art later since I can't learn from them? Or books have uses even after you read them? I'm telling you, dude, straight up silent. If you reread an art book, like with years apart, you will glean new things that you never thought of before. So let me explain this. Okay, so when you read an art book, there's stuff you'll see in the art book. My shit's crashing right now. Give me a second. Once my clip stops having an aneurysm, we'll get back to this explanation. So when you buy an art book, let's say you buy Bridgman, okay? You buy Bridgman. You're reading Bridgman. This is what the Bridgman book looks like. Whatever. Blah blah blah. It's a book. Okay. You read this on first pass. All right, Silent Man. And then you come out of that and you take maybe out of the 200 or 300 plus concepts in there, there are probably some concepts, let's say, like the shape of the tricep, that you maybe you won't understand, right? Maybe you'll think you understand it on first pass, and you'll have a loose understanding of that concept. But it isn't until you get more experienced and then you learn things of, oh, this is how you draw the bone. Oh, this is how the tricep attaches to the bone. Oh, now I get the tricep shape. So there are some concepts you'll see, you'll internalize, but they won't stick. And then there are other concepts that you'll read and they'll stick instantly because you're at a level where you can understand it, or it just, whatever, for whatever reason, you're working through a problem and it just helps it click because that problem just happens to align with the thing you read at that point in time. Now, what happens is when you reread things again, with a little bit of time having passed, having worked on your art, you'll start to glean things out of concepts you didn't previously understand that you now can absorb, or now they'll click, right? So reading the book over and over and over again over the course of years is always going to be valuable, or even just diving into sections of the book is going to be valuable. The idea that you can read a book and absorb everything in that book and understand it intuitively is just so low that the throwing away a book after you've read it once is just, it's a waste. Okay? You still have so much juice to squeeze out of those books, Silent Artist Man, that I would recommend, you take what you can and then you internalize it, apply it to your work, and then you come back to it later on. Maybe jump around from book to book, take from little things here and there, watch some YouTube tutorials, whatever you got to do, whatever you're working through, work through those concepts and come back to them with fresh eyes, and you will be surprised at what you didn't originally understand that you now understand. That you read previously and you thought you the scariest thing, dude, and you gotta trust me on this one. You gotta trust me on this one, silent artist. Your brain is going to tell you you understand a concept even if you don't. Okay? This sounds so unintuitive, but you're going to read something in a book and you're gonna be like, yeah, I get it. I get it. Okay? And then you're gonna come back to that same concept a year later. You're gonna read it in the book and you're gonna be like, dude, I was a fucking moron. I did not get it at all, but I for whatever reason, I thought I got it. Your brain's gonna play tricks on you, dude. And you can't trust your brain, okay? So what you gotta do is you gotta trust Snack. Alright? You gotta trust me. And trust me, I'm telling you, that's just the way it is. Don't try and understand it. It's just the way it is. Accept it and work within those constraints. Alright? An example of this is with the color relativity. Color relativity is a good example of this. It's a visual example that will demonstrate what I mean about your brain tricking you. Color relativity illusion. So let me find an example here. So let's take this, for example. So this here looks like these two dots in the middle, this dot, and this dot, these look like two different colors, right? You look at this, they're two different colors. Now what happens when I color pick this one and I put it like right here, okay? So I'll put it right here. And now, so I've color picked this one here, right? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to color pick this one and I'm going to put it right here. Would you look at that? They're the exact same color. But that's so strange. My brain's telling me these are two different colors. My brain is telling me these are two different colors. Why the fuck is my brain doing that to me? Well, it's just, you know, there's a lot of stuff around this concept that you need to understand before you can actually understand the concept itself, right? So the environment plays an impact on how you perceive things. And so that applies to other aspects of art and other aspects of learning, where you really need to tackle things from different angles and different approaches to really get a sort of holistic view on the material that you're trying to learn. And that applies to anything, right? It applies to art, it applies to school, it applies to whatever, you know? So that's sort of just an example that I want to illustrate my point there, that, you know, you can't trick your brain. Color pick both again? Okay. Let's color pick this one. You know what, I can even do this, all right? So I'm going to color pick this. We're just going to draw straight lines between the two. And then we're going to color pick this, and we're going to just apply the colors right here. Color pick that. See that? I can undo it. I need a brush that doesn't have opacity. There we go. Right? Now, if they're a little off, it's just because the reference image, like they are slightly off. It's probably just because the reference image has little pixels that are different colors. But this just works, okay? The brain loves to trick you. It sure does, dude. Cursed, you subscribe to me, Dan? Damn, dude. I love you already, Cursed. Welcome in, big dog. The point is, you can't trust your brain when you're trying to learn something, okay? You have to try and learn things from different angles, different perspectives, and then you'll get a more holistic view of how things work. If the ref image has different pixels in it, Ixels. It is, in fact, not the same color. Demon, are you arguing with me right now? Do I have to pull out another one of these to, like, illustrate my point? It's gonna be, like, impossible for me to get, like, a perfect high-fidelity image to, like, illustrate this. But I will try my best, okay? Here's it. How about this one? Let's see. Need to find. I gotta find a websites instead of just Google Images that host the high. Fuck. Guys, who the fuck queued this up? Okay, what about? Yeah, what about this one? So these feel like different colors, okay? Like this one feels darker. Obviously, this one feels darker. Okay, now if I use my Jiwa pen, which doesn't have any sort of, you know... Fuck. That's not the Jiwa pen. This is the Jiwa pen. Color picked. Would you look at that? They're the same color, okay? But they feel different, but they're the same, okay? There's my point. Different image, same concept, with less pixelation and opportunities for Damon to argue with me, alright? I rest my case. Why are we listening to German Baby Shark, dude? Okay, that's enough bullshit arguing. Try to recreate it using color values in the canvas. I'm trying to think of how I would do that. I don't, like, the color relativity I loosely understand as a concept, but it's not something I have, like, a full grasp over. Who requested this song? It could be anyone. You know, I get your point, I really do, but I find it funny you pick Bridgman, because Bridgman books are a spell book. The first thing I heard about it is you won't understand it, but it's fun to look at. Yeah, the reason I brought up Bridgman, Silent Artist, is because of that reason. Most people will read through Bridgman, and if you look up, like, reviews on Bridgman, like, if you look up his book, and then you look through the reviews, it's gonna be a bunch of people being like, this is bullshit, dude. This is fucking... These are scribbles. This doesn't make any sense, okay? And then you reread it after like a few years of practicing art where you have a stronger understanding over anatomy and like movement and flows and all that stuff, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I get it. I get it. So a lot of the negative stuff I hear from Bridgman is usually, no offense, people who just don't have like their eye is just not at a level where they can understand it. It sounds pretentious to say. It's like I'm evolved, okay? I'm an evolved artist. My eye can see things that other eyes can't. The reality is though, it can't. Okay, I just have more experience with drawing compared to other artists to the point where I can perceive things that other artists maybe can't, and there are artists above me and maybe even at my level and or below that perceive things in other domains that I can't perceive, right? And that's sort of why you learn and you explore and you try different things out. I feel like Bridgman comparing anatomy to simple machines made more sense to me than most anatomy books. Yeah, but a lot of people see that. Also, Brent Hollowell. How you doing, big dog? A lot of people see that and they kind of they see it as like, you know, it confuses them, right? But for other people, it helps them clearly understand the movement and the dynamics and stuff like that. And it's just gonna depend. But in general, Bridgman I think is not slept on, but he's definitely demonized a little bit by some and worshipped a little bit too much by others. You know, so it is just gonna depend. But I do think it's good stuff, and I don't think there's any harm in learning Bridgman and the way Bridgman approaches like anatomy at all. I haven't read Bridgman yet. My art fundamentals are stable or aren't stable yet. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that they ever will be, right? Like, I think you just kind of have to try it and then realize, like, oh, maybe this is above my level, and then come back to it later. I don't know how to draw this. I don't know what I'm doing with this lady, by the way, guys. I've been scribbling away on the hair forever now. We have our domestic Bridgman. You talking about me? I'm definitely no domestic Bridgman. Also, I'm Canadian, bro. I don't know that we're domestically linked at all. Oh, Geno Barksy. Oh, it's Barksy. Okay. Well, trust me, I'm humble, guys. Ignore everything I just said about comparing myself to Bridgman. I'm the humblest guy on the internet, dude. Trademark. Each time you spell his name wrong, he suffers a thigh cramp, you monster. Sorry, we couldn't find that page. Well, ain't that a bitch. Your Amazon link's dead for me, bro. Do I want her to have cat ears? I don't know. I do want her to have finished legs, though, so we're gonna see what we can do here. It's kind of a long leg. I mean, Bridgman is dead as hell, dude. You can spell his name wrong as much as you want. I don't think he's gonna care. Also, all of the Bridgman books aren't even made by Bridgman. They're made by like his students who compiled like the books together, the lessons from his classes into a book. And the reason they look fucked up is because when Bridgman would teach, also Lily Angel Chan, how you doing, big dog? Welcome in. When Bridgman would teach, he would draw with this like 7-foot stick, okay? Because the classrooms were so big, they were like massive. So he would draw on the 7-foot stick. Thank you for the follow, Lily Chan. You follow little old me. Lil Angel Chan. Sorry. Lil Angel. He would draw with this big ass stick on a screen that was elevated up at the top of the room. So the room was like the screen was like this. He's standing like way down here, drawing with a big ass stick so that everybody around him in the auditorium can actually see what he's doing. So whenever people are like, Bridgman's drawings suck, it's like, all right, bro, why don't you attach a piece of charcoal to a 7-foot stick and then teach a classroom? Okay? The concepts are good. Whether the art is like perfectly executed and tied down doesn't matter. That's not what you're using the book for. It's insane the most influential artist is Loomis and Bridgman lived at the same time. Yeah, you know, a part of me wonders about shit like that where it's like you got like these geniuses from history, but I also just wonder how much of that is like there are massive discoveries today that just are so downplayed because of the proliferation of the internet and how much information people have access to that every individual nugget of information is now that less valuable compared to other nuggets, right? Whereas if there's no internet and you literally have to go to a library to read a book, okay, when you discover somebody like Bridgman who compiles everything into a book, it just seems like a stroke of genius, which is true, and he was smart, right? But I wonder how much of that would be like would not be as big today if it came out today, right? Because there's just so many there's like autistic geniuses that will compile like Google Docs with entire Bibles and encyclopedias of like everything like ever conceived of in art that you could also like glean a lot of information from. I don't know. I don't know, I wonder. That's a little bit of a philosophical thought. It's not a knock on Bridgman. They definitely changed the game and they were pioneers in their own way for sure. But I do wonder. I do wonder how much of like genius from the past is just because there wasn't a lot of information out there. Whereas today we live in like an information overload world where you're fed so much information that some of it is like bullshit. You know what I mean? There are people ahead of their time that write down things that get appreciated like decades later, for sure, dude. Speaking of art study Bibles, are you still planning to make a reference sheet with your findings? I mean, I have one sort of worked out. I don't. I'm still. It's not at a point where I'm gonna publish it yet, but it is like stuff I'm working on, sort of slowly. But don't hold me to it. I don't know that it'll ever happen, but it'll maybe happen. I don't know. We'll see. It's all in a OneNote right now with a bunch of other shit like political views and like I gotta clean it up. I get it. To be fair, between printed books and Google Docs are just downplay information value. I treasure my books, but that on an online document, I don't think I'll see it as precious. But that's the issue, right? Is that the information could be incredibly valuable, but because you're so used to seeing these information, like a book, a publication, or a published book is no more valuable than like a Google Doc. It just feels like it is because historically they were more valuable, right? But you can get more information out of a Google Doc sometimes than you can in certain books, and vice versa. Maybe the filter of having to publish a book means that the information being put into that book has to go through more stringent testing that leads to a more developed document that has higher value. But it doesn't mean that it necessarily will every time. And I think just the abundance of random Google Docs you could find on the internet, kind of you'll eventually stumble on something that is just like super invaluable. Little Angel Chan, just Angel. All right, Angel. Angel it is. My bad, Angel. You should see his tits. You should. The ear wiggle. Oh my god. Have you never seen my PNG tuber? I swear to God. I've had it around. How much in gift subs to have 3 screenshots at random chat designated OneNote pages of that doc? Well, I'm never giving that out, dude. This is an art channel. You guys don't need to know my views on fucking global politics. Yeah, read an art tutorial on the internet and it gave me so much info. Said it only has a few hundred views because it was so helpful. That's what I'm saying. You can find diamonds in the rough. The reality is you're digging through the rough, right? And to get to that diamond, like I'm sure Cursed, it wouldn't surprise me if you've also seen tons of documents that just have really like bland information or things you don't know. The reality is though, I think if somebody's spending their time to make like a well thought out like Google Doc, it's probably high value for the most part, and sometimes community driven, so it's multiple people like sifting through things and then it's filtered through like the community or whatever, which is it's a lot more effective, right? If you have 10 people trying to design a product, you're probably going to end up with a much better product than you have like one guy. Well, it depends, I guess, on the product, but anyways, 2 brains are better than one. That's all I'm saying. Or YouTube videos with art tips. I was thinking about that today. I was actually looking into how to edit. I have like an idea of what I want to do, and I was talking to some people about how I want to do like long form YouTube content. I just don't want to do like the fucking social media like grind where I'm like, I'm gonna do Instagram reels and all that. I don't want to do it. I just have no interest in it. Long form content does appeal to me. I just have a full time job, so I'm like, I don't know how the hell I'm gonna do it, or when I'm gonna do it, or how I'm gonna do it. Right? It's mostly when and how I'm gonna conjure the energy. Like PCAT, a lot like PCAT, dude. I like PCAT a lot. PCAT's got really good content out there. And she basically like shaves it off of her Twitch streams, which is a pipeline that I could develop, I guess, but I don't know. I'm lazy. What can I say? What can I say? I'm a lazy piece of shit. I'm a lazy what are you gonna do? I was here yesterday for the huge doinkers. I got ADHD admiring them huge doinkers. Well, we got big titties somewhere. They just got to be redeemed by the right viewer, you know? One day, chat will redeem their big titties, and I'll deliver. Until then, it's just going to have to be a mystery. Only parts are from stream, but she scripts and voices over too. That must be new, because I know when she... I followed her quite a bit when she started out. Not gonna lie, man, you look like someone who knows PCAT personally. Your forms are so similar. I don't know PCAT at all. Like, at all. I promise you, dude. What, do you think I'd know PCAT and not exploit her massive audience for my own gain? Come on. Come on, you guys don't know me, clearly. Only parts of her streams with the scripts and voiceovers too. Yeah, I mean, when I watched her, she didn't do like she would just basically take stuff from her stream. Maybe she did a little bit more voiceover, but I guess I know she has like upped her game recently. I definitely know that for sure. So, Snack's just a PCAT simp. Guilty. So what if I am, huh? But I do prefer your art instead of PCAT's. I'll never tell her, Silent. Don't worry. It's just between me and you, big dog. Shit. You flatter me. It's crazy. Yeah, guys, the reality is I would love to do long form YouTube content. I just don't know. I don't have the fucking energy for it, dude. It's probably not gonna happen. All right. I know you guys want that. It's not gonna happen. Not unless I get a like an editor like slave that I actually like the way they do their editing. Because I'm very picky. Casnack wishes he could color like PCAT. I mean, I think PCAT is genuinely just way more versatile than I am. I think she can do things and have it look really, really nice in a bunch of different ways that I just can't execute on. And I do think that PCAT is very, very, very skilled. So no credit taken from her, dude. She's, in my opinion, genuinely better than me. Man, I haven't seen Snack color, actually. I don't actually do a lot of coloring. Should I color one of these? It's gonna look like shit. Okay, let me... Oops. No, lighter. She's so pink. What the fuck? Okay, let's no, not I don't want it more saturated. I want it lighter. Not darker, lighter, god damn it. There you go. Something like that. That's what I want. Like a mouse. Like a mouse's skin. Yes, color something. I don't even know if I like this piece though. I mean, that's not what I mean. Okay, I just don't know that I'm done with that piece, is what I meant to say. I like the piece. I just don't know if I'm done with it. I could be lighter, I think. I have done some rendering. I mean, you illustrate as well in your job, right? It's not like it's a weak point or anything. You just don't like coloring. Dude, I don't do anything in the art. I'm just like a hobbyist. I just draw for fun on the internet. I don't work in an art industry at all. Bullshit, really? Yeah, I swear to God, dude. I work on with like spreadsheets and reports and very boring corporate shit. Holy shit, what the hell did you learn in school? Okay, yeah. Okay. So for the lore, I guess a lot of people know the lore here. I used to be an animator, so you're not entirely wrong, Silent Artist, man. I did work as an animator for like 3 years in the Canadian animation industry. And then I left. But I mean, I was only in it for like 3 years, and it was rigged animation, so it's not like you're really practicing your hand drawn skills that much. I did go to animation school for 3 years. Um, where I learned traditional animation. But again, you're still working on a lot of rigged work too. I wouldn't, I don't know. I just practice a lot, you know? I just like it. I like drawing, believe it or not. Crazy. You're the best artist I've seen on Twitch. I guarantee you, bro, there are a billion artists way better than me. I promise you. There are PCAP being one of them. Okay, and I think art is sort of like it's very domain specific, right? Like Painted King is a fantastic renderer guy. Like the way that I don't know why I said guy at the end there. That was very Canadian of me. The way he renders like fabric, clothing, all that stuff is just leagues beyond anything I could produce. Like there are I think with art on the internet, everybody sort of got their sticks. Don't get me wrong, I'm certainly very, very good at mine. Okay. and I never lack the ability to be not humble, as most of my chat will know. I will self suck a little bit. Okay, I don't mind breaking a couple ribs, but in general, there are so many artists on Twitch, dude. You just gotta explore it, and you'll find tons that you'll love. I promise you. You know what I noticed? I draw a lot of redheads. It's just sort of like my default hair color. I don't know why. I've explored so many of them. None actually hit your level, man. Rumby is pretty good. What else? Co Res is also pretty good. Void Brush. Failed Captain is an insane 3D modeler. If you're into 3D modeling, he is fucking like on another level, bro. That guy's fucking crazy. He's live right now too. EO58. EO58 is probably one of my biggest inspirations right now. So yeah, EO58 without a doubt, dude. You look at his stuff and then you look at mine, and I look like a baby compared to him. So I don't know. I don't know, dude. I think, there's tons of fantastic artists on Twitch. I would really recommend EO58, dude. If you like my stuff, you'll love his stuff. Bye, baby. I'm about to join the adult EO58. Please do. He's cracked. What's EO58 on? Twitch and YouTube. So on YouTube, I think he goes by MW58. So where the hell is it? MW58. And then on Twitch, I think he goes on by EO58 on Twitch. He doesn't have any other social media though, so that's all you got. Okay. His YouTube streams are definitely way more active, like chat wise. So if you like chatting and asking questions, my hair is almost that color, just more saturated. I'm gonna push saturation. I actually don't normally paint on white background, so this is very new for me. I can actually show you like an old painting I did. It's not complete. I kind of gave up on it, but it was something I did at some point. Where the hell is it? Yeah, so this was like a Ginyu Force thing I was working on a while ago. Once it loads. My painting style is kind of like soft, kind of rendery. I don't really know how to explain it. It's just taking fucking forever to load though. Bro, isn't this the guy who sings on Instagram about cock and balls? Here's some like more rendered stuff. This is probably the last thing I did that was like rendered. It's like completely not done, but Star, it sounds like exactly like him. If I ever post my art on Instagram, I'm using a blend tool to make some AI generated hands. Gotta get both demographics. Damn, blasphemy, dude. Yeah, so this is probably one of my better renderings. And then I hate this one, so I just kind of stopped because it was frustrating me. I love there's a creepy face here. I'm gonna get rid of this because it's gonna fucking destroy my processing on my computer right now. It's the same band I've been playing a bunch of. He just uses a different voice for this song. Okay. Do you know who I'm talking about though? No clue, honestly. Okay, whatever. What's everyone's canvas resolution? Yeah, you couldn't handle mine, dude. It's too big. It's too big for someone like you, I think. Unironically, my canvas size is fucking massive. 1080 by 1080. Peasant shit, dude. This guy doing pixel art. Guys bragging about canvas size like a penis. See, he gets the joke. Yeah, I'm not trying to brag or anything, but you see these numbers up here, guys? See that shit? Yeah. Yeah, no big deal. Just saying. I'm kind of the biggest one. It's okay. It really, like, the thing is, you shouldn't feel bad about it because it really comes down to what your parents taught you to use, right? You can't really help that. I should have done the skin on a different layer, dude. Oh, god damn, it was doing so well. I don't know, some mid-level shit from 4 years ago. What are you guys talking about? That's a big number. Oh, the 4.5. I also use Gpen 98% of the time. Damn, we got a no opacity user. Wild. I gotta take this off the screen. People are gonna think I'm sharing his art right now. I'm not. This is all me, baby. Okay, I'm gonna do the skin on another layer actually. Now that I think about it, I'm gonna use this to block down like a full tone, so I can have like a clipping layer. We're just gonna go over everything. Fuck it. We'll do the painting after. Assuming I promise you guys. By the way, I'm gonna get tired of this and frustrated, and then we're gonna go back to doing line art because I'm weak. Okay, I never commit to drawing, paintings. Just do this. These big canvas bitches will never understand the beauty of minimal revs or minimal res. It's okay, bro. If you draw pixel art, just say that. Nobody cares. Okay, there's communities for that now. Instagram crunches previews down to 1080 anyways. Yeah, but then you get that clean ass sharpness. Calling it pixel art is crazy. I don't think there's actually a difference, by the way, between like canvas size. It doesn't really matter. I think you probably want your canvas at a size that's like compatible with most social media or like, viewing mediums online. But I don't think that pixel like canvas size matters too much. I just use a big canvas size because that's how I'm used to drawing in. And I feel like whenever I switch to smaller sizes, it feels like the way my brush works is different and not what I'm used to, and it feels weird to me, which is why I always stick to big canvases because I just feel like I can draw more the way I want to in bigger canvases. But that's just because that's how I learned to draw digitally, right? But I don't think there's anything wrong with other sizes. Okay, so I'm joshing around, I'm making little memes and all that stuff, and little jokes, calling it pixel art. But the reality is, there's nothing wrong with different canvas sizes. There's no right size, just use the size that's appropriate for whatever project you're working on, and it'll make your life easier. I do say it's probably better to err on the side of a larger canvas than a smaller one in case you need to resize something. It's a lot easier to like shrink things down without loss than it is to blow things up. And I think that's pretty valid. It is more preference or if it's being printed or not. Yeah, exactly. Saying my PC can't handle big canvases. I follow a professional artist who mostly does 600 and 800p canvases. So I don't think you're missing out on much with smaller resolutions. You're not. You're definitely not. I'm just gonna drop like a gray background just because I don't know how over the lines I'm painting right now. I'm painting pretty over the lines. Okay. Thanks for sharing your canvases. That was a good experience. Look, man, you show me yours, I show you mine. That's just the rule of the jungle, dude. Also, mine's just kind of always out. I've always got my C out, if you know what I mean. C for canvas, of course. Not you, Snack. You were just like bragging and started to mock us. Mock us smallies. Well, what can I say? It's not my fault the way I was made, okay? Sorry, it's not my fault the way my canvas was made, I should say. I will get rid of the gray background. I just kind of want to use it to be able to identify what the fuck I'm painting right now. It's very hard to see this color on a white background. Ugh. I like my canvas large so I can zoom in and out without messing up the integrity of my sketch. Yeah, I just like the way my brush feels on a bigger canvas. Because the thing is, like, if you use a larger or smaller canvas, the pixel settings you have, right? Like I see 25 here, but 25 means something completely different if I'm on like a 1080 by 1080 canvas. 25 is gonna look fucking massive, right? Like it's gonna look like this big, whereas right now it looks pretty tiny. And so I have sort of more or less remembered a lot of my settings based off of my larger canvases, so they're just what I'm used to. Hey, what are you doing exactly? Right now, I'm putting in some tone. I got like a couple drawings here that I've been working on slowly, and I'm blocking them in because I kind of want to maybe paint it. I don't know. I don't usually paint my stuff. I usually just kind of leave it as line art. But I've been asked and I've obliged. So you're welcome to hang out with us, Vager Nuche. Sorry, I'm a white boy. I'm not gonna do you any justice. I apologize. I'm gonna call you Vag. Unless you don't want me to, then I'll call you something else. But okay, this can pass the lines a little bit. No prob. Hell yeah, dude. We were also talking about our canvas sizes. And of course, mine's the biggest. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Fuck.
Vag, you follow little me? Shit. Welcome in, Vag. How you doing, Kasi? You streaming today? Are you streaming right now? You have a habit of being in here when you're streaming. Oh no, you're not. You're good. Not that you can't be, you know? No, I'm going to worky on a Saturday. No. No. You can't be working on a Saturday. That's a crime, dude. If I were God, Kasi, you wouldn't be allowed, okay? This would be a rest day. The Lord commandeth it. Also, guys, now's a good time to say, because we have a lot of viewers in here, okay? If you want live notifications when I go live on Twitch, and you want to share your art with everybody, and you want to also get live feedback from me on stream, you're more than welcome to join our Discord and post in the Art Critiques channel, and I will go over your work live on stream. Isn't that something? Discord segment over. I just gotta always do that little ad spiel, you know? Snack's so nice. I know. Wait, for free? Oh, for free. You know it. Not only is it free, but it's high quality content. And on that note, we are an 18 plus channel, so if you are under the age of 18, then get the fuck out of here. Bye bye. Love ya. Critique my work. You're too good. I can't do it, dude. Did you post? Did you, unironically, did you post something? You did not. Okay. If you follow me on Patreon, I'll critique you as a person, but it's going to cost extra. That one's not free. That's a joke, by the way. I don't have Patreon. And I would do that for free. Oh my god, I've always wanted an art community to join. If this sounds like you too, join. Hashtag ad. It always feels really scuzzy advertising the Discord, but the reality is, when you stream on Twitch, a lot of your viewers tend to actually rely on the Discord notification to show up. And it's something I've noticed more and more in the last few months is that my viewership will spike once I drop my Discord notifications, but otherwise most people like don't really just actively keep Twitch open, right? So if I go live, then I'll get like the default Twitch notification. So sometimes people just like that, and it's a good alternative. Plus, I just like the Discord. It's a chill little place. I really like that taper there. It looks so nice. Sign me up for the life critique or for the work critique. Oh hell yeah. I love fucking the UFC highlights. By the way, one of your awards says you speak French for 1 minute. 1 minute. You're fluent in it? I don't know. I guess somebody's gonna have to redeem it. But yeah, no, I am. I don't know. Yeah. I speak French. Oh, great. Hell yeah. This tail is gonna need a little bit more work. I do want this like curve to sort of lead the eye in, and I think the curve needs to be like perfect. When I started digital, the only tutorials you could get was in Imagine FX magazine. With Twitch, YouTube, Gumroad, and Discord now, it's a great time to learn. Dude, you must be a millennial, bro. Because I remember Imagine FX magazine. Yeah, I remember there were a lot of magazines. There were like the Wizards of the Coast magazines with all the like Renaissance style digital painters. A lot of them came from like traditional oil painting too. But it is very interesting to hear of like people following magazines. What was another one? It wasn't just Imagine FX. There was fuck, what was it? The one that does like the character design challenge now. Character design challenge magazine. It's what the hell is it? I don't know. It might just be straight up called character design challenge. Anyways, it doesn't matter. But when are you getting those oil paints, by the way? Hopefully that gift card doesn't expire. Ooh, that's a good point. I should look. I have it right in front of me. Let me. Bro, if it expired, that would be horrible, dude. That sounds illegal. I don't think you could do that, could you? I don't see an expiration date on it. Yeah, I'm getting there. Knees and back, crackling all day. Yeah, you and me both, brother. My fucking shoulder's fucked. Snack, when's the giveaway you promised a year ago? Imagine wasting your points for a question like that, dude. I have no idea. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just kidding, NFT. I don't know, dude. I'm gonna be honest. The logistics of mailing things out post tariff just doesn't sound pleasant to people who live in the States. But I don't really know. I'd have to look into it. It is something I could probably do. I am a very bad streamer though. I did promise a giveaway and I did not do it. I'm a horrible streamer. But the bright side is you could still win. I'm very intimidated by the idea of like mailing things out to strangers. There's a lot of logistics I need to look into, mostly like how to protect my identity and location, and the cost associated with shipping stuff. So there's just stuff I've been putting off NFT that has caused me to avoid doing the giveaway. And I was partially hoping everybody forgot about it, but I do owe you guys that. Well, I don't owe it to you, but I did say I would do it. Can I be the winner? No, I can't do that. I never forget. Some gift cards do, which shouldn't be illegal, but it is. Okay, I'm looking this up, dude. I don't think you can have an expiring gift card in Canada. Can gift cards expire in Canada? That sounds so illegal to me. Ha! In Canada, most gift cards cannot legally expire, and businesses are generally prohibited from imposing expiry dates on them. So, I'm gonna assume I'm safe on this one. I also have only had it for a month, so how hard could it be? How close could I be to the expiration? Most, not generally. I imagine The ones that do are probably based off of like limited time offers or businesses that are out of business. Though I don't know. I could look into it, I guess, but I know there's like better ways of filling in line art like this, but this is kind of therapeutic, I'm not gonna lie. Plus, it makes me feel like I'm painting in a way that doesn't actually require me to think about painting. Mailing has always freaked me out, but the employees actually help you put everything together on the spot if you need help. I just don't want to dox myself, and I don't want to have to deal with like the product not getting delivered or whatever, or like that's sort of like the shit that like freaks me out a little bit. The going to the actual post office doesn't actually bother me that much, but the logistics of it is just annoying. I'll smuggle it across the border for you and mail it from my place. I appreciate that, Dizzy, but like a lot of people are also international, right? We've got a lot like NFT lives in Turkey, okay? Like we've got people in the UK, fucking I've got people in India, we've got people all over the place to follow. Granted, the majority live in Canada and the US, mostly the US, but so statistically it'll probably end up going to someone in the US. Oh my god, Snack. Oh my god, Ark. What's up, big boy? Out of control with them bakeries. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, you're talking about the girl. Okay. Yeah, yeah, she a little. Actually, she's not really that thick. She's kind of like rail thin. She is like a cat lady though, so slender and nimble makes sense. My door is open. NFT, that's not safe, dude. What are you doing? I'll travel to a country that will and mail it. Yeah, that still involves me mailing it to you. Finally, ads are over. What, you guys were in ads? Boo. Fuck you, Snack. Fuck you and your ads. Guys, I'm trying to think of like a redeem for both the VIP redeem and the subscriber redeem because I have like my follower redeem is a thing, but my or my subscriber redeem is just the generic one, and I feel like that's lame. I feel like I need something else, you know? Yeah, see that one. Fuck. And it was still hot. Thank you, big dog. Thank you for the compliment via the name. I'm gonna assume that's directed at me because everything is directed at me, of course, on the internet. But I don't have a subscriber redeem. And it's still hot. Thank you for following me. And it. We also need a cool sub badge still. I know, I know. That's some stuff I gotta figure out. What would be a logical thing for a sub badge? Sub badge. Oh my god, I can't talk, dude. And it was still hot. Hello. How you doing, big dog? What's up? Welcome in. Welcome in. Just make them varieties of carrots. Carrots? Everybody's saying carrots. Carrots is not a bad idea. A piece of cheese. What are the tiers usually? Is it like 1 month, then like 6 month and 1 year? Is that usually how it goes? 1 month, 6 month, and 1 year? Is that usually the... Is that like the standard progression for a lot of streamers? You eat some almost every stream. That's true. Cheese. Tuna. And then carrot. Something like that, maybe. I don't know. Varieties of carrots. Yeah, I do like the idea of it being like a cohesive thing, right? Like maybe like a it starts off as like a purple carrot, like because there's different colors of carrots, right? And then, but I don't know. We'll get to that when we get to that, I suppose. There's other stuff that I'm working on right now, or well, I'm not working on that I've got people working on in the background, and by people, I mean one guy. And then we'll figure the next steps after that. So Boba most likely, yeah, Boba. So I'll have to talk to Boba, but Boba, it is something I'm open to if you are, and we can talk. We can talk business. There's definitely a few things I'd like. Probably like subscriber redeems, channel emotes, and yeah, probably just those two things really, among the other things that we're doing. But 1 month could be a baby carrot. Oh, that's pretty smart. The carrot thing kind of is like the easiest because you could just like literally just swap out the color. I am smart sometimes. You're smart a lot of the time, dude. Okay. Oh yeah, the fucking hand. I'm so quiet now. Oh. What kind of channel emotes do you guys want? Because the reality is, you guys are going to use them the most, okay? Not me. The pointy elbow. Good old generics good old generic ones people can use as reactions for stuff is always a safe bet. I don't like safe, okay? I'm gonna be real with you. My mentality around this channel has always been to do shit that is not standard for art VTubers, and I don't like the idea of doing generic anything really, which is mostly why I begged Boba to do things, because I feel like his style has a nice cohesive like look to it, and it's also something that is outside of the norm for most VTubers, and I really like that. I would much rather have that on a channel than just have like a generic anime babe or whatever. You know what I mean? Not that there's anything wrong with those things. It's just not the way I wanted to market myself, I suppose. But with exceptions, obviously. Now that we have a giant tit add-on, but do you want to eventually do art full time, or do you enjoy not having financial pressures associated to making art? I really enjoyed not having financial pressures associated to making art. I used to work in Canadian animation, and I left that industry like 2.5 years ago, and I've never looked back, dude. I'm very financially stable, so anything I do on Twitch is partly for fun and partly just to see how I can make it grow. Because it is a bit of a hobby for me, I won't lie, and I am, as much as I want to not be, I am a numbers guy. I like seeing the numbers go up. I like knowing that I'm doing things better that improve the channel over time. And having that visual feedback is it's fun for me, dude. It's like sport, you know. It's hard to fight that instinct inside of me. But what I don't want to do is I don't want to get into a position where the money comes before like my drive to draw or something like that. At least not within the context of me not like wanting to do that thing, right? Like if I was doing like gaming collabs and stuff like that, I would hope that if I'm at a point where I'm doing gaming collabs rather than drawing on my stream, it's because it's what I want to do with my time, not because it's what I think I need to do with my time to grow the channel. So it is finding that balance between the two. I am trying to be like an art purist as much as I can be. Um, but yeah, I also just don't like doing commissions. I don't like the time pressure. I'm a very slow artist, so it's usually not worth it for me financially to sort of take commissions over just working a normal day, you know. Um, so yeah, so it's a both a privileged position and one that it's mostly privileged. I can just do whatever I want with the channel more or less. But that being said, I do like the idea of growing it more. So maybe unique takes on standard emotes. Like everyone has a heart emote, but this one is a little more. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, yeah. That's more like I think that the channel emotes we have now, if I've approved them and they're on the channel, it's because they're in line with sort of the vision that I have. But yeah, so I like it would look in an ideal world, Brent. Let's say I did sort of become one of the bigger art streamers and I was able to quit my job. Then yeah, maybe I'd increase my hours on Twitch and I'd draw more, and maybe I'd do more like side projects like a Patreon or courses or whatever, things that I want to do or that I just intuitively, organically am drawn to already, just on a much more polished and professional level. Um, Realistically, I would probably keep my job and hire staff. That's probably what I would do. I would just work with people more that I already work with to get uh, them paid and also to sort of explore other things, right? Like I have no issues taking the money that I make from subscriptions and just dumping them into commissions for more channel emotes or more redeems or profile picture or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that's sort of how I want to use the money that I make off of Twitch. Now, if it got to the point where I was making so much money off of Twitch, then my next step would probably be to hire a YouTube editor and to work with them to sort of start doing more long form content. That's really the direction that I would really like to transition towards. I just don't have the time, energy, skill, or knowledge of like how to do YouTube really more professionally. But that is what I would like to do in theory. In practice, I like not working. Maybe just unique takes. Oh yeah, I read that. Okay, sorry guys. I'm a. Now the reality is, I think if I did hit like the Twitch Lotto, let's say, and I was making like 100 grand a month or something absurd, like some top tier streamer shit, I would probably stream for like a year and then you'd never see me again. I'm not gonna lie, that's probably what would happen. I would still like talk to people that I'm friends with and all that stuff. I wouldn't just drop off the face of the earth, but I would just retire. That's what would happen. I would not be like XQC and like Hassan or all these guys that like keep streaming. I would just fucking vanish, bro. Thanks for sharing. Eh, no worries, dude. I'm pretty open about all this stuff. This bother me. I'm gonna get some more water, guys. I'll be right back. Fuck. Who just followed little old me? Who's following me right now? Who's following me? Dame, brother. You not fucking. You weren't following me before. Disrespectful. Disrespectful. Retiring at 31. You passed the Helen Fisher test. What's the Helen Fisher test? Retiring at 31 doesn't sound so bad, dude. Why would anybody want to work the rest of their life? You know what I mean? I would do shit. You know what? I'd probably just do the PewDiePie thing where I'd have like maybe one stream every like month or like every week or whatever. Just do the things that I feel like doing and just fuck off most of the time. I probably wouldn't disappear forever, but I wouldn't be like a big like a cultural like pop culture icon or anything like that. I'd probably just do my own thing, keep it to myself and live my life, you know, meet people, hang out with people, travel, do shit like that. Do the homework, yeah, exactly. There's homework, there was. I don't know. I haven't really been tight on the homework for a while. Part of me feels like this foot would be like smaller. I don't know. That one feels a little weird to me. It was the god awful baby shark. He'd just go and say, I'm gonna grab some milk and never come back. No, I'd probably make a big, knowing me and my ego, I'd make a big thing out of it. I'd be like, guys, I've got an announcement to make. You're never gonna see me again. Bye bye. And I would disappear. If I wanted to be a real bitch about it, I would do a pre-recorded, like 1 hour long stream where I do the announcement. That way I don't have to interact with you guys telling me, fuck you, we love you, come back, no, my life is gonna be forever different without you, no. I'd be like, all right, all right. Do I paint this girl too? Am I bad enough, bitch? What do you guys think? I did enjoy filling. I was about to say filling that girl in, but that would get clipped out of context, wouldn't it? You know, whatever. We'll paint this girl too. Fuck it. Nah. We're gonna commit to what we said we were gonna do. We're gonna paint this. Fuck it. We're gonna be a good boy. You could just do flats at least. Yeah. I'll do the flats. Colors in my cat snack stream. Imagine. We're almost at the end here, eh? I don't think there's anything left to tie down. Yeah, once this hand is done, we're done on the fill-in. And then I can finally get rid of this stupid gray background. I don't know, guys. What would you guys do? Would you really, if you won the lotto, let's say, would you keep working? Streaming is not really working. I won't lie. Like, if you put a gun to my head and you were like, you make the same salary at both jobs, which job do you want for the rest of your life? Streaming is for sure going to be the answer over my actual job. But that said, you know, it's still a thing that takes my time, you know? And time's a precious thing. And when you have the resources to just never I would just stream less. Yeah, probably. That's probably what I would do. I'd probably be around still, just maybe not that often. Maybe every here or there. Maybe I'd show up on other people's streams, stuff like that, you know? You get a little snack cameo here or there. But unfortunately, I'm a wagey, okay? I'm stuck in my little wagey cuck cage. And I gotta fucking show up every week and work my hours. Hell nah. I'd pick a job based on preference with zero money pressure. The job haver. If I was working after winning the lotto, it would probably be from running a personal business, doing something I actually like, otherwise, probably not. That's kind of what Twitch is in a way. It's like a pseudo business, but also not. You're kind of like a contractor, sort of, because Twitch pays you. I don't pay myself, right? And you guys don't pay me directly. You pay Twitch, and then they give me a cut. So it is kind of like contracting, but the thing is the limit on how much I make is dependent on you guys, right? It's not dependent on Twitch. But Twitch would also encourage me making more because they make more. It's a weird symbiotic relationship. I should probably do a little stretch here, guys. I'm not sore, but I know I'm vibing today and I'm feeling like this is going to be a longer stream. So I should probably preempt myself and do a little bit of stretching. So let me do that real quick. Oh shit, the hair's kind of fucked here too, eh? Sorry, I know I'm very ADD with this shit. I will stretch, I promise. Okay. I think it might just be better to just straight up crop that hair out and just have her like have the one hair thing there. The split there just kind of looks a little stupid to me. Damn, this song's nearly 10 minutes long. I thought there was a time cap on the software I'm using. It shouldn't really be allowing songs over 7 minutes. Otherwise, people could just put on like podcasts. Don't do that, by the way. I'll time you out. There's a widespread belief that whatever streaming costs to Twitch is offset by what would be needed to have the ecosystem that feeds into big money makers. Twitch is weird, okay? Because the way we're going to do graphs here, okay? So the way Twitch works is if you look at Twitch analytics, I think there's about 3 million concurrent viewers any given day on Twitch, on average, roughly, okay? So if you got 3 million concurrent viewers, and then you have somebody like XQC or Asmongold or Hassan. I'm just gonna write as, and I'm gonna write Has, right? If you have these guys on Twitch, and each of these guys is pulling around 20k viewers, 20 to 50k, let's say. That's a significant chunk of any sort of daily Twitch viewership. And they're not even the top guys, right? There are guys who are pulling 100k, right? I don't know what Kai Cenat's at these days, but he's doing numbers. So the way Twitch works is the reality is, if you look at Twitch, the money that's made on Twitch is made up of a small, select 1% group of streamers, okay? So in here, you've got maybe 1,000 guys that are making about 90%. These are guesses, right? I'm being exaggerated. I mean, I'm not exaggerating, but I am being sort of guessy with my numbers here. There's probably like a 1%, less than 1%, probably a 0.01% of Twitch streamers who earn for Twitch probably around 90 to 95% of the income they make. I'm not exaggerating. It is probably legitimately that crazy. which is why the rest of Twitch just feels like a wasteland of people streaming to 0 to 3 viewers indefinitely. Okay? Twitch will focus all of their effort into promoting these channels because they make them the most money, which is why they can do things and not, get the same consequences I would, right? Like if somebody like XQC flashes a pair of tits on screen, he'll probably get a day ban. If I do it, I'll probably get my account permanently deleted off of Twitch, realistically. Okay, or I'll get maybe like a week-long ban. The consequences will probably be worse for me because there's just not much of a financial hit or incentive for Twitch to not punish me. Unless, of course, it was a complete accident. Maybe they'll be lenient. I don't really know. I've never had to be disciplined on Twitch. But the reality is, the majority of the top streamers are the big money makers for Twitch. And the rest of streamers on Twitch, like people like me, we are, financially speaking, for Twitch, relatively insignificant to where we don't have a lot of sway on sort of how the platform works. Whereas these bigger streamers do. So all that, I don't know why the hell I got into this topic or whatever, but what I'm trying to say is when it comes to making money on Twitch, you kind of have to be eating up the majority of viewership on Twitch. Somebody who's streaming to 34 viewers like me is probably not going to pull that much income for the platform and is probably not going to, in turn, make a lot of money. But because these guys are eating up and the majority of the money, Twitch will give them contracts. Like, I think XQC, I don't know, what was his deal? It was like $200 million to sign with Twitch, or was that with Kick? I don't know what it was. But he signed like a massive, and these guys all have like multi-million-dollar contracts because Twitch knows if they leave their platform, that's a significant chunk of their revenue, right? It's just very, very, very weird. Twitch is, it's a winner-take-all platform. So the idea of making a living off of Twitch is very, very unrealistic, to put it mildly. Unless you hold like even the top art streamers, like the top art streamer on Twitch is probably someone like, I don't know, maybe Meat Canyon. PCat's probably up there too. Like, I don't even think the top the top streamers in the art category are probably not even cracking like 1,000 viewers regularly, I would imagine. Whereas the top viewers on the platform, the top like 1,000 viewers on the platform are probably cracking like several thousands of viewers, right? Today I learned Meat Canyon streams. Yeah, Meat Canyon does stream. He won Best Art Streamer last year at the Stream Awards. Which is, anyways. I've seen Booba streamer art ladies with 700. Yeah, but what I'm saying is the top art streamers are probably not regularly cracking over 1,000. I think if you look at the art category, and there are websites, by the way, that you can use to track by category. The art category, I would probably be in the top 500. Believe it or not, I'm probably actually in the top 500 of the art category. I'm unironically, believe it or not, in the top 1% on Twitch. But I'm not, yeah, I'm if you, there's websites, Twitch Tracker's a good one. So if you ever want to find out statistics on another streamer, if you ever want to find out statistics, you can use this website called twitchtracker.com. And it does live updates for streamer analytics. And I can tell you, based on my analytics, it's accurate. Okay? So you can see growth, you can see hours streamed, you can see all of that stuff. And then you can see your rank relative to other streamers. So if you're a stats guy, if you like data analytics and stuff like that, which I kind of do, it's a fantastic platform to sort of learn about the landscape. And there are other websites that will rank streamers by category, so you can use those two and sort of make estimates based on where you land in those categories. I would assume I'm probably in the top 500, roughly, in the art category. And I'm probably, like, the thing is, once you're in the 30-plus viewer category, the difference between the 30-plus viewer and a 40-plus viewer is probably, like, top 100. You know what I mean? Like, me being in the top 500, there's a lot of streamers that are in this range that are probably top 500. Whereas once you get into the 40-plus, 50-plus, you're getting closer to, like, top 100, top 50, you know? The top, like, 50 streamers, I think, in the art category are probably close to 100 on average. Like, the lowest ranked guy in the top 100 maybe pulls 100 viewers. I don't know. Art category, top streamers, Twitch. Most popular, twitchmetrics.com. Yeah. So this is another website if you want to check Twitch analytics. So the top 50 streamer in the art category on Twitch pulls on average around 170 viewers. Just to put it in perspective, the number one ranked art category streamer right now is Drawfee Show, and they pull around 2,000 viewers on average. It's really weird how Twitch works. You really jumped in May. Yeah, you know why, Boba? So May is the month that I introduced the PNG tuber. So there was a significant jump in my stream. Drawfee don't stream much though. It doesn't really matter because it averages out based on 30-day performance. So if you don't stream much, but you stream 2 days out of the month, you'll average like, and you do really well on those 2 days. That's your average for the 30 days, right? So even if you don't stream frequently, you still stream like if you still stream, you'll get like you'll get a ranking. I don't know if there's a certain amount where if you stream under that amount, then you don't qualify, but oof, my bad. Didn't realize that song's that long. I'll make sure not to do that again. That's all good, dude. I try to keep it below 7 minutes just to not like irritate people or whatever, but my favorite temp ban moment for a big streamer was when Speed's dick flipped out after seeing Chica toy Chica from FNAF. I remember that. That's fucking rough, dude. Yeah, what do you guys think would happen to my channel if I pulled my dick out on stream? Even if it was an accident. I don't think I would get a temp ban. I think I'd be gone, bro. That's why I have a Patreon exclusive. Follow me on Patreon if you want to see my dick. I'm gonna switch my headphones. I got fucking my Bluetooth are dying right now. But you can also see when people stream on Twitch Tracker. If you go to the streams tab, you'll see their daily heat map. So when they stream, I don't know what time zone it's based on because it shows me streaming on Tuesday, but I think it's just the time zone, like being registered in a different time zone. So my Monday streams kind of register on a Tuesday. But I don't know because I stream late on Monday. Twitch Mafia would get you. As long as it's a clear accident, you might get away with it. You think so? You think I could accidentally show my cock on Twitch? Yeah, so Bobo, when I talk about analytics and stuff, you can like very clearly see when you're doing things that help the channel in a way or another, right? And I think the PNG tuber, without a doubt, on this Twitch channel was the number one biggest thing or number one contributor to growth that I've had since I started streaming. It's I don't know how to explain it. It was like it tripled my numbers more or less. And the thing is, it's not like I didn't get much better at art in the last month and a half. I just had a PNG tuber and my numbers just blew up. You having something to look at when you're talking. That's exactly it, dude. The reality is a lot of people who use Twitch, they want connection, right? Like you don't commit your time. Twitch is a high committal platform, okay? It's not like Instagram or TikTok or whatever. Think of the last time you guys browsed Instagram Reels, okay? Odds are you can't really pinpoint exactly what you were watching. It's like eating breakfast. You just forget what your breakfast is because you do it so much. It's so insignificant, right? It doesn't. You're not registering the name of the Instagram accounts as you're scrolling through 100 of them per hour. You know. Whereas with Twitch, it's a high committal thing. You guys are here. You're hanging out with me. You're spending hours and hours of your day talking to me, getting to know me, and all that stuff. So having a PNG tuber just gives an anchor for viewers to sort of attach themselves onto and to build a stronger connection with that long form streaming platform or whatever. But easy this morning, thirst traps. JK, no, you're not. It's okay, dude. If you use Instagram to look at big jiggly tits, dude, I'm with you, brother. All right, we're kin. Okay, we've got our base here. I'm probably gonna make a folder. Ooh, you know what? I said I was gonna stretch. Let me stretch real quick. know, guys, do you guys like talking about random like analytics and content and stuff? I like it. I find it interesting. I really like stuff like that personally. I know some people don't really like it. We are an art channel, so I feel like the types of people who usually watch art streamers don't really give a fuck about like the corporatization of Twitch or whatever. But I do find it interesting, you know. It's nice to identify things in like a channel and be like, is this working? Is this not working? Can things get better? Can they get worse? Whatever, you know, all that stuff. Mr. Lazy Person, thank you for the follow, big dog. You following little old me. She. Now, I will say the Twitch tracker thing, analytics are not as good as like the Twitch analytics, but they are good at sort of displaying rank and status and all that stuff. But if you're looking for subs on Twitch tracker, I don't think you're gonna get good estimates though. What you're actually saying is Speed would triple his viewers if he had a little PNG tuber. No, actually, what I'm saying is if I probably did a face cam, I'd probably do even better. Realistically. I've noticed that streamers who have face cams tend to be a lot easier to like connect to, even more so than somebody with a PNG tuber. So I do think if you manage to climb the ranks with a PNG tuber, you're actually doing it with a little bit of a handicap. Whereas like it doesn't really matter what you look like in the art category. I don't think most artists follow other artists because they're like in love with them. I do think if you're a girl and you're attractive, it definitely helps on Twitch, unfortunately. You know, that's just sort of the way, you know, it's a stereotype and a meme for a reason. It does exist, and I'm sure it exists with men, probably to a lesser degree though. But I do think having a face cam would probably help the channel a little bit. Now, you know, does it mean that it's worth all the side effects that come with showing your face on the internet? You know, lack of privacy, you know, that's really it. Lack of privacy, I guess. People making fun of you, I suppose, if you're like super afraid of that stuff. But okay. Okay, we got our base in here. Now we can use this to keep coloring. What would the ISO speed for Sona be? I don't know. He's kind of small. He gives me like beaver vibes, but he's not Canadian. I feel like that would be like a Canadian creature, you know? Maybe a cheetah? I feel like he doesn't give me cheetah energy. Honey badger with rape. Honey badger's pretty good. Okay. We'll do hair. Actually, we'll do skin. Skin's a good one to start with. Dude's kind of insane, so some kind of freaky animal, like a snake, maybe. I won't lie, I think I do like this color like the most. Overturn 123. Thank you for the follow, big dog. Welcome in, welcome in. Oh, shit. Dude, I keep almost turning off my PC, bro. My foot like rests really close to my power button, and I always come so fucking close to just shutting off my computer. If I ever just disappear, I'm either dead or I've turned off my computer with my toe. Okay, you know what? We're gonna do hair. We're just gonna leave the base as the skin. And I think because we have a very like bluish tone, we're gonna go just like blue. Like a blue, like a desaturated blue. Maybe a little bit lighter, actually. How good's your memory snack? Not great. Why? What up, Fail Cap? Thank you for the raid, dude. Damn, bro. I was hoping you were gonna go longer, because then I could have raided you. I feel like I don't know if it's just our schedules. Cap, you must stream on a schedule, right? Because every time I see you live, I'm live, and then I'm like, fuck, man, I want to raid this motherfucker because he's always raiding my ass, and then you raid me first. Is there a running bet to make you critique one of your older works? No, there isn't, but I guarantee I would probably be able to. It would have to be so obscure, dude, or it'd have to be something like I doodled one day. Let me give a greeting to Cap, and then we'll come back to that topic. How you doing, Crap? Oh my god, I almost called you Crap. How you doing, Cap? It's our schedule. I'm on European Wet Zone, bro. Ain't no way that's what your time zone's called. Wet Zone, dude. Really? The guy who draws big booba and thick ladies is in the wet zone? Come on, bro. For real? I'm looking this up. This better be real. Wet time zone. No way. It's real. Western European time zone. Crazy, bro. Fucking wet time zone. That's insane. How have you been? I'm good, dude. We're trying to dabble with color. How you been? What were you up to today? You want to share anything? You know the drill. You can share, you can leave, you can do whatever you gotta do, dog. I appreciate the raid, always. And one day, hopefully I'll be able to raid you back. I'm alright. Was making Kana from Blaster Master. You want to show me? I don't know who that is. But I assume she's lovely. And busty. Give me a minute for art text? No worries, dude. Take your time. Also, Damon, sorry. If you want to try and get me to critique my own art tags, or if you want to try and get me to critique my own art, you could try. I swear to God, though, I feel like my memory's not that bad. I'm going to be able to tell. I think I'd be able to tell. Unless it's like absolutely just like doodle territory. If it's like doodle territory, then I won't be able to tell. Cute, nice. You following me? Shit, cutie. Welcome in here, cutie. That does sound like a fun game, though. I'm not gonna lie. Trying to get me to critique my own work. I feel like if the hair's purple, the tail needs to be purple, right? That's how that works. I guess cats can do whatever, but I feel like that's how that works, you know? And then that means the fur on her wrist needs to also be purple. Figured I'd contribute to your goal. Thank you. Guys, you know the goal thing is something I'm never getting rid of. By the way, cute nice. Once I get to 750, I'm just gonna switch it to 1,000, literally the day after. I've noticed when I put a goal there, it's like a little marketing thing. It's not clickbait. It's definitely a goal, but it is kind of at the same time because it gets people to follow. Because people are like, oh, you know, I'll check this guy out. He's got a goal. Because I've noticed when I don't have the goal up, I get less followers. But when I have it up, the follower count goes higher. And you know what? I'm not going to expose any other streamers or anything, but I've also noticed that some other streamers have started doing the same thing as me. You've been speedrunning numbers. Yeah, it's been pretty good, dude. It's been pretty good, I won't lie. Having been somebody who was like a 10 viewer Andy like 2 months ago, it has certainly been good. I can't complain. The more frightening one is trying to find your professional work to be critiqued. If you do that, I'm banning you. That means you've done some sleuthing that I didn't want. And your ass getting banned. I'm very familiar with moving goalposts, not for any marketing reasons though. Oh shit. Did we got some X drama? Is that what's going on there? Are you implying something with a previous lover perhaps? Or is this just a thing that you are familiar with in other ways that are completely more appropriate than the ones I brought up? All right, we got some art tags from Failed Captain, who gave me a lovely, lovely raid 2 seconds ago. Let's take a little look here. Oh, shit, dude. Whoa, this looks like a Roblox character. What the fuck? Look at this thick-ass lady, dude. Where's she at? No. Where the hell? Can you fucking... God damn it, dude. Yeah, supply transformation. Paste! Did I not copy the image? What am I pasting? Copy image. Okay. Paste. Oh, yeah. That's the good stuff. That's what we're talking about, baby. Woo-wee! God damn! I really like the way you did the face stylistically. I don't know if it's like a joke or you're doing it intentionally like that or it's temporary, but I love it. More of a hobby for stuff, let's say, or that. He's just a fraudulent goalkeeper, Snack. I am, dude. Oh, you mean cute nice. Damn. Hella thick, bro. Nice stuff, dude. Well, you know the deal. If anybody wants to go follow Failed Cap, where can they follow you, Failed Cap? Just search Canna Blaster Master. All right, I'll look her up. Okay. Oh, it's like some video game stuff. God. Oh. Oh. She does look like a Roblox character a little bit though. Sick design though. It is a really cool design. You know what this game makes me think of? It looks like a game that you would play on like a modern version of like an N64 game is the vibe I get from this. You know what I mean? Like whenever you look at like the old game cartridges for like N64 and shit, I feel like they would always look similar to this. Kinda. It reminds me of Rayman. Is that what it is? Rayman? There's too many. There's like Rain Man, Rayman, Ray Band. It's Rayman, right? That's probably why I'm getting like the old school like Nintendo vibes. So Snack, what's your stance on dithering? I'm looking that up, Damon. And if I end up on a list and I can't get a job, you're banned. Let me check this out. Dithering. A technique used to reduce the visual artifacts that occur when an image or audio signal with a high number of colors or bit depth is converted to a lower number. Oh, okay. It's an art thing. Isn't dithering an art technique? Yeah, it is. Okay, oops. Just kidding. Um, it's I mean it's in the same category as whatchamacallit? What's the term? What's the shit they do in manga with the dots? I don't know. My opinion on it is that it seems like a useful tool. I suppose it looks like a form of texturing in a way. Screen like halftones. That's it. Halftones. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It looks like something that you could do as like a finishing touch, maybe. What's your opinion on cats, Mr. Cat Snack? Well, I mean, I'm a mouse, so obviously I'm not a fan of cats. The name is a tribute to how much to the consequences of being around cats for me. I don't like being eaten. Um, as for the guy in real life behind the mouse, the man behind the mouse, so to speak, I don't have a hatred of cats. I probably wouldn't own one. I don't really care much for cats that much. I don't hate cats. I'm not mean to cats. If I see a cat, I'll like look at it and be like, "Oh, look, there's a cat." But I'm not. I'm definitely more of a dog guy. 100%, I'm more of a dog guy. But I don't hate cats. Feels like this arm should be bigger. Like the hand is just too small. It feels like I'll have to tweak that later. You were 100% giving a standing ovation at the end of every Tom and Jerry episode. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Jerry's the mouse, right? I'm Team Jerry all day. I hope he's the mouse. Cap, it does give a similar vibe to Rayman. Yeah, it does. It does. It's also using games for transparency. Oh. Well, Cap, if you want to share your X or Instagram or whatever social media you got, I know for sure you got an X. If you wanna share anything, minus the good ones like OnlyFans or Rule 34, you're more than welcome to. Sure, give me a sec. All right, go for it. I like cats, but they do mess up local wildlife. Yeah, tell them. Tell them. We're anti-cat here. Fuck cats. I'm just kidding. I got too radical too fast. No OnlyFans yet. Dude, I won't lie. If you had a Patreon failed cap where you actually rendered these like completely naked with big fucking puffy nipples and shit, you'd probably make a pretty penny. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, we gotta redeem. Snack is the Brett. I mean the best. All right. I hear you, and I raise you. Double D's. Failed Cap, what do you think about these? Are these to your liking, Cap? What do you think? Huh? Boba, how many points do you have? He probably has enough for like fucking horrible shit. You're the only person I know who calls Twitter X. Twex. Holy crap. I'm close to buy a free VIP for someone. You can't be doing that. You can't be giving away VIPs. We're a capitalist industry here, dude. People gotta earn their VIPs. They gotta pull themselves up by the bootstraps, and they gotta watch me every hour of the day, every minute that I stream, and that's the only way that they get their VIP. When did you add those majestic things? Yesterday. Yesterday. Ooh woo. I'm just trying to blend in with the other VTubers around here, okay? I can't be the only titless VTuber in the market. All right, Cap. I'm gonna move your stuff over, and I'm gonna get back to painting. They're in my painting folder right now. Let's. We don't need the second one here. We'll get rid of that, and then we'll shift over Cap's thing here, and then I'm gonna put his at next to it. Right here. Shit, I need to make a VTuber too with tits instead of showing my bald head around. I will say, having a VTuber definitely helped my channel. I think having a face cam would probably do better. There's no real way to know, but that would be my guess. I don't know, though. I'm going to try running a Patreon in a few months. Need to optimize work, though, because printing stuff takes time. Like, what do you mean? Like, you're going to make, like, 3D models that people can print, essentially? Also, to go back to what Cutie Nice was saying, I am also allergic to cats. Okay, so the reason I don't want a cat, well, in part is because they're assholes. Okay, I've lived with a cat before, and they fucking like scratch on your door at 4 in the morning because they want to be fed. I can't have that kind of energy in my life. But other than that, it's because I can't touch them. I mean, I can, just not very long. Okay, let's do the hair on the ears, and we're gonna just do the hair we have here, but a little bit more saturated and a little darker value. We'll push the hue a little closer to blue. No, we're gonna push the hue a little closer to purple. Which one of you guys put on this song, dude? What are we listening to? That was Star Queen who said that, not me, but go off. Oh shit. My bad. Oh, you said they mess up local wildlife. And then Star Queen said cat allergies. My eyes get so itchy. Yeah, you and me both. I can't mess with cats too much. This is my request. I've have I mentioned how much I love it so much, dude? And I have nothing negative to say. KitKat, shut up or I'm timing you out. I don't want to make new viewers insecure about like playing certain songs, okay? I genuinely don't. I'm open to listening to anything. I just do I usually mock my viewers when they choose a song I'm not like used to listening to. But I don't want to do that to new viewers. So KitKat, be nice or I'm gonna fucking punish you. I'm gonna send you into the stratosphere. You're gonna go to limbo. Alright? And Cutie nice. Cute nice. Keep requesting songs, please. I might have to change names to get the viewer entrapment treatment. I remember the parable about Shepherd and the Lambs. Shepherd and the Lambs. I don't know what that is. Gonna lurk while I get dinner? Alright, big dog. Do your thing. Thank you for the raid again. I'll see you around. Yeah, almost everything I do is for 3D printing. Oh, I missed that message. Hell yeah, dude. I'll observe and try to match the vibe, I guess. No, cute, nice. Don't do that. I really genuinely want you to just play whatever you want, dude. I fuck with breakcore, cute, nice, ignore the mean streamer guy. Exactly. Look, man, I'm old, okay? Do I want this? Breakcore's so cool, I broke my pee-pee listening to it. Have you guys actually, fellas, have you ever broken your cock? Making love? Any fans of Machine Girl, perchance? Never heard of her. You can cue it up. I don't care. What now? NFT, you'll learn when you're older, okay? This is an adult conversation. I'm gonna have to ask you to leave, NFT. I'm just kidding. No, the reality is you can break your penis if you're a guy. I like how everybody's instantly mean to NFT. I'm an adult, tell me. I mean, we're talking about breaking each other's penises. Teenager. I mean, he's over the age of 18. He is still technically a teen, though. But we'll allow it, unfortunately. I've read manga, played virtual novels, and had the plot of cock breaking when making love. And that had the you played a virtual novel that had the plot of cock breaking when you were making love. What the fuck, dude? Why? 18's rookie numbers. Yeah, dude, tell me about it, bro. I'm fucking I'm old as shit, bro. Ever heard of the game Neon White? I have not. How can you even break a body part that doesn't have bones? Do you really want me to explain an NFT? Do I really have to give you an anatomy lesson right now? You could basically just... This is horrible, dude. This is going to hurt my dick to talk about. I don't want to talk about this. Alright. Guys. Let's say you have a cylinder, okay? Let's say... We're going to do a little visual illustration here. Let's say you have a cylinder. Okay. a geometric shape. And this cylinder is put under pressure, okay? So there's let's say there's a cylinder that's put under. Normally this cylinder fits into this slot that has like this mechanical bit, okay? And then this cylinder sort of fits right in there perfectly, okay? It fits into this mechanical piece. It's imperative that the cylinder and the larger object remain unharmed. Exactly. So step one of getting the cylinder in the slot is first of all to apply a little bit of pressure to the top of the cylinder. But the issue is sometimes this slot gets misaligned with the cylinder, and it could be for a multitude of reasons, NFT. One of the reasons could be that, the cylinder just sort of, when it was going into the slot, maybe it got dislodged. Maybe a worker moved the cylinder just a little bit as it's going into this slot, causing the cylinder to clip part of the mechanical bits here on the edge of the cylinder. And now what this does is it puts downward pressure onto the cylinder from this contact point. And what that does is it puts an energy amount, depending on the pressure, of course. X equals whatever joules. Okay. And then what that does to the cylinder is it causes the cylinder to sort of warp a little bit in a way that it's not supposed to warp typically. Also, minus UDN, thank you for the follow. Let's say the cylinder now warps a little bit. Okay. This warping of the cylinder causes the structure inside of the metal of the cylinder here. The cylinder's filled up with these little water sacs, okay? What happens is when these little water sacs get pushed in a way that they're not supposed to be pushed in, they break. And then they explode with water everywhere. And there's just like hemorrhaging inside of the cylinder. And usually the cylinder, or the person who owns the cylinder, has to go to the hospital to have their cylinder fixed. And so, just know that whenever you're trying to create new parts or manufacture new parts in the world, okay, if you use your cylinder incorrectly and you insert your cylinder into the mechanical machine, okay, the wrong way, trying to make new parts or new products that you can then release into the world, there is a chance that if you mess up the process that you can damage your cylinder. And if you're really unlucky, the cylinder is permanently damaged, and then you end up with a warped cylinder for the rest of your life. Okay? So, anyways, have fun sleeping tonight, boys. You speak on this like someone with experience on breaking their cylinder. I don't even know what NFT said, but he was timed out. I'm sure he deserved it. Yeah, get his ass! Get his ass! Have I ever broken my cylinder? I've definitely had some pretty close calls where I hurt my cylinder, but never irreparably. Damaged my cylinder. But my cylinder structures remain intact. I feel like most dudes have. Yeah, a lot of dudes have hurt their cylinder, I won't lie. I love the mod abuse on this channel, dude. You guys can't see it, but I can see all of the sort of like mod responses, and they're really, really funny. Or I can see the comments that get banned, basically. So I'm like, I wonder why he got banned. And then or timed out, and then I just see this. Poor NFT. He's used to it. Did you know NFT was one of my what number were you, dude? You were like my 5th follower ever, I think, or something like that. Fuck. Shit. Pigron, you follow little old me. Shit. You make art, me like art, me follow. Jerobagani.
Fuck.
You following me? Shit. You sure it's not the giant tits, dude? It's fine if it is. I'm not gonna get mad at it. NFT OG. Was I that OG? Yeah, you were that OG, dude. I'm not gonna scroll down to like how OG you were, but you were definitely pretty OG. I just spilled coffee all over myself on my desk. Be right back. That's not something I did, is it? Okay, hair. We got hair. Let's do the skin now. Actually, let's do the ribbon. I'm trying to exist in this region here. Maybe I'm gonna do like an accent color of some sort, like a red, like a really saturated red for the ribbon. And that's why we drink espresso. Is that why we drink espresso, guys? I personally, I'm not an espresso guy. I'm I'm a bit of a I mean, I drink dirt. The reality is I drink dirt. I don't really give a fuck what my coffee tastes like. I'll drink whatever. It doesn't matter too much. I think the hair should be above. That way when I do this, oh no. Oh, I'm drawing on the hair layer. That way when I do this, it goes underneath the hair. Do I like that? That might be too saturated. We're probably going to tone that down a little bit. Take care. Are you talking to Star? Or are you talking to me? That sounds like a threat, dude. You threatening me right now? Me like art, yes. Very nice. Me like doing art, dude. Believe it or not. Me have no idea what me doing right now, though. Me freestyling painting. Eh. Me no like either ribbon. Alright, me gonna stop talking like this. Me hate art and me art oops. Me and art oops. Ops. Oh. I hate that that's a word now. Alright, what do we got here? Oh shit. I definitely did this on the hair layer. Was I that OG, says NFT. Why don't you just do your follow age, dude? You'll see you're like one of the OGest people here. "25 days, 20 hours, and 27 minutes." Did you unfollow me, bro? I swear to God, you're older than that. Oh, I'm a new viewer. That's right, little baby. Let's desaturate this, and then let's shift it over. Okay. Actually, don't hate that. Cat Snack's not following this channel. I can't follow it, dude. There's no way for me to follow my own channel. Also, I have the longest age, obviously. Okay, we're getting rid of the tits, by the way. Time's up. You guys got your boobs. Anyways, I'm gonna go. Have a nice stream. All right, peace, KitKat. I appreciate coming out. Damn, I got the burps, the hiccups. Here's my song request. Don't skip it. I might. I might do it. Justice for Cutie. Bye, boobas. We hardly knew ye. Skin. Okay. My poor Animal Crossing desk mat is gonna have two coffee stains now. Hopefully it wasn't white. Was it white? I need to color this more. Oh, no, not that. Where's my GWA pen? Actually, we'll do the liner. I just need something with no opacity. Just because the issue I'm running into right now is you see how there's like blotches. I can't go any darker because I didn't color my base dark enough. Hopefully that works. Okay, now let's try doing this. Come on, ribbon. Ah, now I can get some proper flat colors in here. Okay, excellent. I gotta do it on that one too. Oh, no, it's colorful, so I guess it's not the end of the world. I put it to soak in the sink, so hopefully it'll be all right. It might. I feel like coffee, people say like it's like the worst thing that you could get on your clothes. It's not. I've spilled coffee on so many pairs of pants, dude. Light ones too, and nothing bad happens. I think the hate for coffee or the fear of coffee is overblown. I don't know what you guys think, but okay. That is not the color I want. That is the color I want, but it's not the. Panopinin. How you doing, big dog? Welcome in. Welcome in. Oopsies. Oopsies. I'm so bad at clicking the right buttons. Oh. It did kind of get all over my nice new mouse though, so hopefully it doesn't kill it somehow. Okay, Star Queen, here's what you do. This is unfortunate, but you unplug your mouse and you flip it in a way where the coffee can drip off of the circuit board. The worst thing you could do when you have a mouse with energy running through it is to have liquid shorting the PCB like connections. Okay, trust me. I've soldered a bazillion PCB boards. Just unplug it, hold it in a position like upside down away from the power board, and let it dry. Bluetooth mouse, but don't worry. Okay, take the batteries out and do the same thing. Is this KitKat song? That was KitKat's song. What a guy. What song is this, Snack? Oh shit, is it not? What the hell? Why is my thing not working? Give me a second here. It is it's Wild by a guy named James Hype. Literally all those words are as obvious to spell as you would think they are. And now let me figure out why the widget's not working. The widget, where are you? Huh. Oh, there you are. New update out now, guys. Did you know that? The one song I want to add, and the player stopped working. The player should still work. The widget is completely separate from the player. It has nothing to do with it. Oh shit. I did not mean to tap my screen there. Oopsies. The lighting on your character slash avatar is so cool. Thank you, Tree Bar. I didn't make it myself. It was done by my mod, Bobameyer, my special little artist mod. Actually, all my mods are artists. But yeah, he did it. And I'll give you a little sample of what it can do, Tree Bar. Okay, this one's on the house. This is for all the new viewers. I hope you're looking at the screen because I'm doing this quick. Okay, lock in and get ready. Well, Tree Bar, what do you think? And back to your regular viewing. Damn! Tides. I want to unsee everything again. Okay, well, I can take my glasses off if you guys want. Finally. Yeah, my ocular specs are toning down my the beauty of my eyes. Snack and colors is such a weird combo to see after so many streams. I know. I was peer pressured into doing it, dude. And the reality is I might just sort of give up midway through. We'll see. I also should probably finish this girl before I start doing random painting shit, huh? Just lock in and commit, Snack. I don't know how to paint, guys. You have no idea. I've spent so many years just doing line art. Any painting I do is just pure theory, okay? Anything I know about painting just comes down to like theory knowledge. Alright, let's put the glasses back on. This shit is weird. Fuck. NN705. Thank you for the follow, big dog. Thank you for the follow. Damn, dude, we're popping off today. What's going on? Where'd you guys come from? I never thought I'd be a 40 viewer Andy, dude. What a world. Let's put the glasses back on. What am I doing? I'm breaking the illusion. Anyways, whatever. We'll figure out the hair later. Guys, I gotta piss so fucking bad, dude. My fucking dick is full of piss. I'm like a big water balloon. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I need to take like a minor drawing break, guys. My shoulder's killing me. How are your days going, everybody? Tell me a little bit about yourselves. I want to know who all my newer viewers are. I want to know all about you guys. Tree Bar, Tides, freaking everybody else whose names I don't see on the screen right now. NN705, Panup PNNN, Juro Bagani. What are you guys up to, huh? Only the new ones? Yeah, I know all about you, NFT. I don't need to know anymore. The old Andes as well. All right, all right. Venosa, you've changed my mind. I can hear about the old ones too. How you guys doing, everybody? You're killing it with these. The colors are making them pop, and then we're already busting. Thanks, dude. I think you know what it is. I really do think the graphic elements, like the squares, I think I'm gonna try and incorporate that a little bit more, or just sort of graphical shapes in general. I think it really helps lead the eye to where you want them to look. But I should probably zoom in, eh? My canvas is super zoomed out while I'm just sipping water, chit chatting. Let me fucking goddamn it, dude. Let me get off the sports side. Stop doing that. Okay. Like I feel like this one could be a circle, you know, like this girl back here, like a little blue circle or something. What do we got? We got circles here. Can this thing do circles? Ellipse. Close enough. All right, let's do blue. Okay, whatever. We'll figure that out later. I was gonna go see Koyani's Katsi at the cinema today, but I bailed and had tacos instead. What kind of tacos? I really, guys, I want, you know what I want? I want birria tacos so fucking bad, dude. I see them in all like the food videos online, and there's just nowhere to get birria tacos in Canada, you know? I wish there were. I wish there were more birria taco areas, but there just aren't. Quite an early day today with some character design attempts. Oh shit, you gonna share them, dude? Assuming you can. I know you love your big honkin' ladies, but today no over honkin' ladies, no big tits. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Enchiladas of the homemade variety. Ooh, enchiladas sounds. They're like the little. They look like cigars, right? Let me look up enchiladas. I think they're like taco tubes, basically. Enchilada. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Bro, you're making me so hungry, cutie. That shit looks so fucking good. Oh my god, dude. Maybe I'm gonna hit up Taco Bell. That's like the most Caucasian thing ever. I know, but it is nearby. So. Oh shit. NXM, XLX, SSS. You follow little old me. Shit, you shouldn't have. Fuck. God damn it. I'm so fucking. Oh my god. Well, that doesn't look too bad actually. Anyways, actually, it was only one. Should I send it an art share? Yeah, go for it, big dog. I'll pull it up. We'll take a little look. Redeemed flat is back. I have the flat is back is already there, dude. That's supposed. Oh, I'll do the opposite for you, Ryrie, because what you're supposed to redeem first is you're supposed to redeem snacks the I mean, the best, and then you end up in this situation. And then when people are tired of that or they want to cancel that out, then what they would do is they would redeem the flat is back, and then it brings them back to this state. The default snack. But you didn't know because it's a new redeem, Ryrie. And I don't wanna ruin your fun. So I'll let you have what is the opposite of what it should have been. And we're gonna do snacks the breast. I mean the best. That was such a visceral fuck. Wow. Jump scare. Oh, you're talking about the yeah, because I was trying to fucking color paint. Or sorry, I was trying to click my canvas and I accidentally paint bucket tooled my entire canvas blue. For whom the Taco Bell tolls. This is a good tune, Star Queen. Guys, I'm gonna stretch my lats. I'm gonna go silent for like 30 seconds. Let me put a timer on my wristwatch. My wristwatch is telling me I'm getting messages on Discord. Should I check them? I might. Uh, oh, right. Sorry, I was supposed to give somebody an answer on something. I totally forgot. Let me just do that real quick. All right, let's check out the art share. What do we got? What do we got? Okay. Okay, very nice, dude. Very nice. Let me show the rest of the... Oh my god. Fucking kill me. Let me show the rest of the chat. Dude, my copy paste is not working. Copy image, god damn it. Stop. Paste image. There they are. There's your ladies. Look at these ladies. Look at what Venosa drew. Ain't that something? I will say this is you're dabbling into different territories. You're no longer doing giant tits, bro. Are you evolving as a man? Have your tastes evolved? Are you diversifying? I requested something more normie for my next one, so we'll see how that goes. Cute Nice, I feel so bad earlier. I did not mean, I thought one of my regular viewers was requesting. I feel like sometimes I have this habit of being pretty aggro with regular viewers, Cute Nice. And I sort of like we rib each other and we mock each other and shit like that. And I hope for the most part that they take it lightheartedly. But I don't ever want to don't ever want to bully a new viewer. So it was an accident, you know, but we will get that to that point, I promise. NFT, nobody was talking to you, dude. What are you doing? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. They're gonna get more attention with a good design. I can't laugh now. I'm just joshing around, big guy. You know you can laugh. NFT's the local punching bag, by the way. Just if you haven't noticed. He's so mean to us. We're all just Stockholm Syndrome victims here. Stay a while. Yeah, that's it. They're all chained up in my chat room. They can't go anywhere. They love it, though. They're going to get more attention with a good design. What direction are you thinking of pushing them? Not gonna lie, I'm a pretty normal guy in my 20s. Art is a new hobby of mine. I'm still at the beginning phase, so no art to share. Well, that's okay, dude. Look, the reality is like people start art at different points in time. Tides, if it makes you feel any better. When I started drawing, I was roughly like 22, 23. Okay? So you can definitely there's the room for improvement is always there no matter when you start, okay? A design that would accentuate high areas of attention. I think what you want to do is you want to basically like you can use gesture to do that, which is what I typically do, right? It's, if you look at my character here, I have oh shit, I'm not drawing on the right layer, but Tides, you following me, little big guy there? You following little old me? She. So what I do typically, Venosa, when I want to lead the eye to a specific point, is I use gesture for the most part. So you can think of like the tail here, right? As like a there's different elements you can imply or implore, I should say, that guide the eye where you want them, right? So the eye naturally will follow this to here. This is smaller, so it's not going to catch the eye as much as this big one, right? So this big one is going to lead the eye to here, and then the eye can go in a couple different places. It can continue off over here, or it can circle in here, which is what I'm hoping. And it'll direct the eye at the face. Same with the arm here, it directs the eye up to the face. The tail here will also direct the eye, more or less, to the face. So all of these gestural lines and flows serve a purpose, right? This arm does the same thing, right? All of these things are more or less driving the eye in a direction that I want. So you can use gesture if you want to use focal areas, right? You can also, what you can do, if you're painting or if you decide to paint it, Venosa, you could focus the detail in the area you want people to look at. So there's different ways that you could draw the eye into a specific region. So like nice compositional details. Exactly, dude. Canine Behemoth, how you doing? I hope you don't eat mice, dude. We got a canine in chat now. Scary shit, dude. Scary shit. Kicking my shoe off. Bro, I need fucking Velcro on these goddamn slippers. They fall off all the time. They're like the type of slippers that are kind of like designed like this. So because of that, they just fall off all the time because there's no heel here to like keep my foot in. Shit, the tits are actually taking my attention. What tits, bro? I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? It's too weird? Alright. Time's up anyways. You guys got your moment in the sun. You're fun. Back to regular snack, alright? I don't want people thinking giant double D snack is my default state. Cutie Nice, did you recommend this song? I do like it, I won't lie. I'm a basic bitch though, so no. Oh no, this was me? Okay, well. It brings out my inner white girl. Good job, Kayla. Gotta find my white girl music. This is too advanced for me. Yeah, this is terminal white girl music for sure, dude. Stage 4 white girl music. No recovering from this one. All right, I'm gonna clear out some of this art here. I kind of want to keep drawing this lady. Let me. Ooh, that's my drawing. What do we got? Where did I put Venosa's stuff? What the fuck? I'm gonna move. Actually, you know what? I can leave up Venosa's art there. I'm just gonna move it over here, just because I want some room to do my thing. Shall I share something I have made? Cute, nice. You're more than welcome to. Until you blow 4K to bring it back, we can't be friends anymore. What? Just send them tits back again twice, and I can't do anything about it because I'm too broke to fight against it, Star. You gotta earn your keep, dude. You just gotta get your eyes on the snackster. Hold on, let me dig up a photo then. Okay, on that note, guys, if you guys want to share your art or you want to get feedback on your art, please share it through the Discord, I should say. It just makes it easier for me to curate the art, and it just avoids having to get weird links. Another thing to say is we are an 18 plus channel, so if you're under the age of 18, get the fuck out of here. Oh my god, I'm not an artist though, but okay, cutie nice. Cute nice. Don't worry, okay? I'm a lot nicer on art than I am about music. Trust me. You don't have to. I'm not gonna bite your head off. Everybody starts somewhere. I recognize that. I would not want to damage somebody's growth potential because they're at a beginner stage, right? I recognize that everybody's sort of at different places. So don't worry. It doesn't matter how skilled or unskilled you are at art, how early you are in your journey, or late you are in the game. I will always share your art. It doesn't bother me too much. Well, when I say always share your art, typically I share art for people who raid. I don't mind every now and then popping up somebody's art from the community. I'm not going to share everybody's art all the time because then we'd just dedicate the entire stream to sharing everything posted in the art share. But in general, right now, I don't mind, dude. If you want to share some art, go for it, big dog. Everyone an artist, exactly. If you make stuff, you're an artist. Doesn't have to be art. Like visual art, I should say. It probably does have to be art to a degree. Big Dog Snack, so kind today. I'm trying to counteract the damage I did earlier. Give me a sec. I'm gonna go get my lacrosse ball and roll out my back while we wait on the art. Oh fuck. You guys ever roll out knots with a lacrosse ball, dude? Oh my god, it is heavenly in like the worst way imaginable. This shit hurts so good. I can't see chat right now because my back is pressed against the wall, but oh, I'll check in a sec. Ooh, oh yeah, that's the spot. Oh, fuck, dude, crazy, insane. No, he's not. Shut up. You don't know what I am. I'm an angel, dude. Okay, where's my line art at? What layer did I do that on? Is it this one? This one? This one. Wait, Snack, you said you started drawing at 23 years old, roughly. I started in like 2016. The reality is, I've drawn on and off since I was like a kid, I guess. But when I say on and off, I mean like I did maybe one or two drawings every like couple of years, basically, from when I was a kid. I never like every kid draws, right? So I don't really count that. And I wasn't like particularly active as an artist when I was a kid. I didn't really start drawing till my early 20s, yeah. Granted, I'm 31 though, you know? So it's been a while, guys. It's been almost 10 years that I've been drawing. Okay. I think I'm back. I may need to foam roll out a little bit more actually. Man, I expected older from all the age boasting earlier. What? Well, I'm injured. That's got to age me something. My shoulder is probably way older than my biological age, but or sorry, my shoulder's way older than my chronological age. What did you think? You thought I was like 40, like 45, 50? Do you know a lot of 50-year-olds that talk like me? I mean, maybe. I don't know a lot of 50-year-olds outside of my mom. Tooth says old what up, hair woman? How you doing? Don't tell NFT toothpaste around, dude. He's gonna start harassing you. What are you guys up to today? Toothpaste? I mean, you're missing an H, but yeah, that guy. I don't really know how to do this hair, dude. This hair has like been driving me nuts. Pretty much the entire stream. You guys are playing Wii Sports Resort? Damn. When toothpaste turns 30, dude, he's gonna cry. I swear, I'm not joking. The, toothpaste is a buddy of mine who actively makes fun of me for being 30 because he's like 26 or something. And the second that he turns 30, I guarantee he's gonna break down crying in like a fast food joint. The guy is going to not handle it well. And he comes for me every time. He still does it. He knows it's coming too. I'm not gonna hold back when you're my age, bro. You're getting no mercy. I'll be a youthful 30. Uh-huh. Whatever you say, dog. I'm not. I implemented your tips, but not gonna lie, getting the eyes to work. I'm not getting the eyes to work. Do you mind if I share? Yeah, sure. You could share, dude. I'm chilling at a humble 35. 35 years young. 35 sounds nice, dude. I do think like I'm not minding my 30s as much as people told me I would. Also, I posted the pic in your art share channel. All right, hell yeah. Let's take a little peek. Let's take a peeky poo. What do we got here? Oh, you also do PCBs. That's great. That's so nice, dude. That is so nice. Okay, dude. I dabbled in the past in building custom controllers, and stuff like this would have been so cool. My question is, how does it interact with the solder? Like, if I soldered this, is it going to short the circuit? Like, if solder gets over top of this, and these like touch or they're too close, can it short the circuit? I don't really know. I had peace. I had peace, hair woman. Thank you for popping in. This is so cool. What do you mean you're not an artist, dude? This is fucking nice. Is this done by hand? It's just a silk. It's just silk screening, so it's fine. I'm not familiar. Silk screening is just like a little plastic sheet over top, right? It's the things they do in like keyboards to divide like the rubber and the key inputs or whatever. I think I know what silk screening is. I don't know. I'm not very knowledgeable on all the technical terms. I kind of know how to build things, but I don't think beyond that. Are we talking electronics? No, no, no. Look at what Cute Nice did, dude. She painted this presumably by hand, right? Or is this like a filter over top? Silk screening, I assume it's a filter then, eh? Nah, this is printed. I mean, it's still sick, dude. This looks like a keyboard PCB, if I'm gonna guess. This is a keyboard PCB, isn't it? This is the numpad here. These are the keys. This is the space bar. It is a keyboard PCB. See, I know my shit. Art was done on computer, then the file was sent along with the circuit board, files to the producer. That's cool. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, so this won't short anything. Got it. You building a keyboard? Is that why? I'm gonna move it over here. I actually don't hate the look of this. Yep, just a little hobby thing. I'm using a version 2 right now. That's a V3. Okay, hell yeah, dude. Okay, so what do? You do you build the schematics and then you send them to like a factory in like China or something and then they make them? That's how I used to get my PCBs, so I'm just curious what your approach is. What layer am I drawing on right now, dude? I'm getting so confused. I gotta move all my references to one thing. I think this is all the reference, not references. Sorry, the non stuff I'm drawing. Merge selected layers. Is that all these and nothing else? Okay, excellent. I'm gonna call this line. I should really have a name my layers redeem line. Yeah, exactly. I come up with the layout, come up with the schematic, then I make it pretty with curved traces and stuff. Oh. You sound like you went to school for a similar thing to me then. If this is something that you do professionally at all. Because I took a 2 year technician course in electrical engineering. And a lot of it is what we did was like PCB design, like robotics, soldering, stuff like that. I'm terrible at it because I haven't done it since I was like 19, but I dabble every now and then. There's no room for that other ear. Snack, I can't draw for shit? What do you mean? Of course you can. Bro, I'm fucking with this white girl music so much right now, dude. This is not even like white girl music. This is like Gen X white girl music, which is so dope. Solid music choice. It wasn't mine, dude. I don't know who queued it up, but somebody did. Somebody's been queuing up good music. I'm just into it. I know Ohm's Law, maybe at a gunpoint. The fuck's Ohm's Law again? It's like power. It's like amperage, voltage, and power. Is that it? Is that Ohm's Law? Or is it resistance, amperage, and I can't remember, dude. It's been so long since I went to college. Oh shucks, it was me. There's like a triangle for Ohm's law. I just can't remember where the things go on the triangle. And it's basically like this divided by this, and this is I don't know, something like that. Resistance rings a bell. I'm looking it up, dude. This is gonna drive me nuts. Ohm's law. Ohm's law triangle. Oh, okay, yeah. It's voltage, voltage. This is backwards. See, we do everything here, all right? I like how the V is perfectly centered, dude. Look at that flip. Look at that horizontal flip, dude. Isn't that satisfying? That's kind of nice. I don't get that a lot on clip, I won't lie. Volts is equal to I don't know. I don't know how to read this shit. It's been a while. But I knew it was something like that. It doesn't matter, guys. I draw pretty pictures on the internet. I don't need to know this shit anymore. It's not important. It states that the current through a conductor between 2 points is directly proportional to the voltage across the 2 points and inversely proportional to the resistance between them. I'm not gonna digest that, dude. I believe you, No Soul, for me. This is out of my wheelhouse. Should have asked me 11 years ago. Nerd. No. He probably makes more money than you, Quick. Yeah, I am. All right, you are. It's fine. It's okay though. It's okay. Who followed my ass? Ain't no way. This is a Mamma Mia cover. The crazy Jolteon. I used to be an industrial mechanic, but now I write bad computer code for government. Oh, very nice, dude. Very nice. I'm just a lowly writer that likes to LARP and play with Zap Zaps. Well, I'm an computer guy. I'm not an internet computer guy. I'm an internet art guy, LARPing as a mouse in my 30s, okay, on Twitch, who also occasionally dabbles in soldering PCBs. Chin feels really big to me. Just tone it down a smidge. Mamma mia. So where do you post these pieces? Wait, does this count as plates? Plates. Oh, you're talking Cutie, or like where she posts her art? Or are you talking about the Discord? Because you're familiar with the Discord, so I don't think that's what you're talking about. No, your artwork. Where do I post my artwork? Oh, it's all in my about section. There's my Twitter, my Instagram. That's pretty much it, really. I do have Blue Sky, but I don't really post to. No, I do, I guess, every now and then. I also don't know if this works. Does this work? Yeah, that works. Oh yeah, I am on YouTube also, I guess. I don't really do much. I'm streaming there right now, but to no one. Is plates even a widely used term? Loomis book keeps calling the diagrams plates. I have no idea what you're talking about, so probably not. What's it in reference to? I'm gonna tone down her butt a little bit. I think I'm gonna have her standing. Which industry uses plates as a term for this? Plates. I don't know what you mean by plates. Is this is an art term I have never heard in my life. You're saying Loomis says this? What a weirdo, dude. That guy doesn't know anything. Is it too late to cancel Loomis? I know he's dead, but what a weird contribution. I'm just kidding, by the way. Loomis is fantastic. You should go learn everything about him. Loomis names them plates. I wonder if it's like an offshoot of something traditional, right? Like if you're drawing like on a palette of some sort, like maybe like there's some sort of disc or I don't know. It's probably something that has to do with like traditional mediums. Also, guys, we're about to run ads in 2 seconds. Okay, ads are coming up in 50 seconds. You've been warned. Warned with an N. Okay, you've been warned. Ads are coming up. They last 3 minutes. Sorry, there's nothing I can do about it. It's either I run pre rolls or 3 minutes of ads. I love you guys. Please don't leave me after. I love you. I swear to God. I swear to God, I'll never do it again, except for like in an hour. Don't forget about me when you're watching ads. Although plates are a much cooler name than diagrams. Plates. I come from a computer science background. I've heard enough of diagrams. Did my message not come through with the answer? In printing, a plate was originally a flat sheet of usually metal onto which an illustration was etched, and this was then used to print copies of that illustration. Oh, yeah. Okay, yes. I know exactly what you're talking about now. Cute, nice. Okay, plates. Yeah, yeah. Like in newsprint, they used to put like these plates that they would assemble together with different letters and images that would then be stamped onto pieces of paper that would generate like the printed image. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, I get you. Sorry, I read like the first half of your message, and then I think I like ADD'd or tuned out on the other half. But yes, that is the answer. I noticed. I kind of got distracted. I think. I hope she's not watching ads while I acknowledge that message. She might be. Rapper Corey, you raiding little me? Shit, Corey, what you doing? Why you raiding me? Damn. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, Rapper Corey. How you doing? We're drawing a little bit of ladies right now. What were you up to? What were you up to? I assume drawing. Shout out was given to Apricori. Very nice. Apricori is a very good artist, and honestly, she does really, really, really nice pastel work, or like pastel color picking, I should say. I just really like the way she color picks, and I'm trying to sort of teeter my art or my color picks a little bit more towards that. So that's sort of what I've been also doing. But yeah, she's fantastic. So if you like art, if you like cozy streams with probably way fewer piss and shit jokes than my stream, Apricori is your girl, dude. Go check her out. Also, Apricori, if you gotta dip, or you gotta do your thing, you gotta take off or whatever. Fuck, you know the deal. You could do that. And if you were drawing on stream, which I assume you were, you're also more than welcome to share your art so that we can gawk at it and drool all over it. In a platonic way, of course. We're colleagues. I'm not trying to see HR, so. Oh no, Snack, you started coloring because we talked about color earlier. I didn't mean to change your thing, man. No. We're gonna color, for sure. I just kind of like bouncing all over the place. I just do whatever the heart wants to do. And right now the heart wants to color and or do line work. And I kind of want to do this girl a little bit. Art robbery, exactly. This is a stick up. Hello, Big Rat Man. Hello, Flanring. How you doing? Also, who followed me? Zinnionian, thank you for the follow. Sorry I ignored you earlier. Welcome in, big dog. Me. Oh, you. I'm so hurt. Not really. Oh, wait. It gets worse. Don't worry, dude. If you can't take that, it's going to be a rough time. But if you're made of steel, okay? If you've got a constitution of steel, we'll get along perfectly. This is the end of the world. Devastated. I'm a heartbreaker. What can I say, Zenonian? And CSP's crashing. Let me save this. Oh, it is saving. Okay. Apricori, sorry. I'm sorry. I need to go and sleep, but we had a fun birthday stream. All right, Apricori. I appreciate you raiding me. I appreciate you leaving your chat over here with me. I'll take good care of them. We'll be nice sometimes. And go have a good night. And happy birthday if it was your birthday, dude. What do the millennials say? You leveled up? Sorry, I'll stop now. I'm done. Why are you cat snack if you're a rat? Chain redeem snack is the the best. Damn. Bringing out the memories, Chain. The good contribution to the stream. Why are you cat snack if you're a rat? I'm a snack for a cat, dude. I'm a mouse. Cats eat mice. Therefore, I'm a cat snack. And I'm not a rat. Rat is a slur, dude. Okay? Around here, rat is a slur. We often get confused for rats, but we are not rats. Oh, snack? I thought it was a snake. It ain't a snake. It ain't a snake. But it's okay. I'm used to being called a rat, okay? I get it. Discrimination is alive and well on Twitch. It's okay. I'm used to it. My life is a struggle. Please, not with the hard R. Yeah. The hard T. Rat. You're a rat. Oh god, I didn't mean that. Oh boy, this redeem time for me to find a song. It's okay, dude. I can pull it out of the queue. Don't worry. Don't worry. I got you, big dog. You queued up. Oh boy. Oh boy, requested by Zenyonian. Let me remove that. You're safe, Zenyonian. Can I call you Zen, dude? That name's pretty hard to say. Are you a gerbil? I'm a mouse. Look at the tail. And the ears and the tits. Clearly, everything a mouse has. What up, Kasi? How you doing? I'm just going to sleep to stop by for a bit, and Twitch recommended me that. Twitch recommended you that you come in here and give me giant mouse tits. Yeah, mice have 6 tits. They're under the tablet. You can't see them. Just trust me. Okay, Unk. What a disrespectful bunch, dude. Respect your elders, Venosa. Hi, Chain. How you been? Hey, NFT, how's it going? I'm just reading out their conversation right now. This is peak stream content. Before I get my actual song, how do you feel about metal? I'm hit and miss on it. I will say I'm a big fan of Maximum the Hormone. I do like post hardcore. Like Alexis on Fire is probably one of my favorite bands ever. But look, if the song's not like 12 minutes long, I think I'll survive. So even if I hate it, whatever, dude. There's tons of songs that have been queued that I hated. I'll survive. Cue it up, big dog. Fuck. Don't narrate our convo, you rodent. Bro, you're having a conversation in my chat. That's like putting your conversation in like a news anchor's teleprompter and being like, hey, dude, don't read that. What are you doing? Claire Obscure has 11-minute long songs. You skip my song, though? Well, it's probably for a reason. I don't do things without a reason. Flannering, you follow little me? Shit. Oh, I don't think you meant to cue that one up either, Zinyon. Okay, so the thing with the bot is if you type just the name of the song, it will screw it up most likely. If you drop the link, it'll work. So if you want to make sure you get your song in there, drop the Spotify link. Because the way it works is it's hooked up to Spotify. So if the song that you put in isn't on Spotify, it probably won't find it. I will look for that song manually, so you can save your points. Don't queue it up again. I'll look for it, all right? And then I'll add it in there. But if you want to make sure your song gets in there, use the Spotify link. It'll work for sure. Okay, it's queued up. I'm just going to skip this one, and we're going to go straight to it. Unless this was a song redeem. But I don't think it was. This is it, huh? This is the right one? Cat Snack became a snack. What happened? What up, Flamingo? What, you like what you're looking at? What? What are you saying? Is this something new? Something happened? I don't know what you're talking about. There's so many names. I'm low key curious. Lil Wayne. I mean, it's probably one of those like DJ Khaled collabs where everybody in the fucking music industry is like featured on the song. This song here has a funny little story, does it? The fact that they moved when you said that makes me laugh. What do you mean? They're moving? I have no idea what you're talking about. Hey, Twin, what up, Kasi? Snack, remove my song from the queue. It's wrong. Yes, sir. Silent Artist Man, sir. Private Snack reporting for duty, sir. Sorry, I'll stop stealing valor now. Okay, guys, I will repeat. If you queue up a song, drop the Spotify link. It only works with Spotify. It's not gonna pull songs off of YouTube or any like weird obscure like Bandcamp or whatever or Bandcamp or like what's the one with all the guys who have the face tattoos? Uh, fucking what is it? SoundCloud. It's not gonna pull off a SoundCloud. Make sure you put the Spotify link in there. It'll work better. I promise you. That's how I love drawing too. Tits splayed out. You put the heavy pillows on the heavy pad? Is that what you're saying? I can respect that. I don't personally drape my balls over my tablet, but it might make me a better artist. I've never tried. Forbidden technique, really. SoundCloud, thank you. Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh, sorry, I was supposed to remove your song, eh? I was the middle of digging a ditch for work and this came on. I was just so fucking confused. You'd probably like Maximum the Hormone, I bet, Signonian. I'm gonna queue some up, alright? It'll come up after the next song. I tried, it doesn't. What do you mean silent artist, man? If you drop the Spotify link, it should work. Oh, you meant balls out drawing. I thought you were talking about the fucking song request thing. You've tried drawing with your balls on your tablet, dude, and it doesn't work? I mean, I'm a mouse, dude. My balls are massive. I'm like 90% balls, okay? It'd be like a nice little wrist pad. Maybe I wouldn't have so much back pain. It just makes it harder for you to see your screen since it's 90% covered. Okay, I can relate to that. How to get along. Okay, guys, I'm gonna foam roll my back again because I'm old. All right, give me a second here. Not foam roll, sorry. I'm going to use a lacrosse ball to smush knots out of my shoulder blade because it's in pain right now. You're gonna hear me grunting because the wall's right beside my mic. I dropped the ball. Fuck. Oh yeah. I'm gonna do this for like a minute. I'm gonna move my garbage can. Oh fuck it. Oh. I'm missing all the good spots, dude. I don't know why my ball is like not hitting the spot I need. There we go. Find it, bitch. Come on. I feel like a bear on like a tree. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay, found it. Oh. Guys, you guys gotta try this. I'm telling you, dude, I bought a lacrosse ball like 2 weeks ago. If you have like any sort of like shoulder aches or anything, and you want to work out those knots, that's the way to do it, bro. I'm telling you, dude, it's on another level. Now I can get back to drawing in peace for another hour before I have to roll out my fucking back muscles again. I put the stream on the speakers. Don't say anything weird. I would never. Why would I do that? All right, dude, we are cracking crazy numbers today, numbers that I have never done before. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna do a little moment to be like, hey guys, if you guys like what you see, and I'm not just talking about the giant tits on the screen, okay? If you like my art, if you want more of me, you should join the Discord. You can get live notifications, and you could share your art, and you can share your art in the critiques channel, and I can go over your art live on stream. I always want more of you. Me and you too. That didn't make sense, but you know what I mean. I get my back crack, and we're gonna drop the link to the Discord right here. I need my back cracked. That has a multitude of meanings these days. For free, totally for free, dude. Isn't that crazy? I'll join. Hell yeah, Tides. Okay, sorry, quick. Are you still around, dude? I totally ignored your message earlier where you asked me a question related to your art. Are you still around? My bad, dude. I just looked at the critiques channel and I totally forgot that you had asked me to go over your thing again. I don't know if Quick's still around. My bad, dude. If you guys see Quick, tell him I'm sorry. He was messaging me earlier in the chat and I told him I'd look at his thing and I totally forgot. Wait, no, I mean physically. I forgot. The other would be nice too, though. Well, well, well. Quick, yeah, buddy. All right. What did you want to go over specifically? Because we've gone over it twice today, I think. Oh, no, we've gone over it twice so far. Is there an area in particular? You said the eye, right? Was that what it was? The eye feels weird? Let me go over the eye on your drawing real quick. And then everybody who's new can get a little sample of what kind of stuff you get from revisions. So let me pull that up here. This is Maximum the Hormone, by the way. What's your name again? Zenonian. Zen. I'm just gonna call you Zen, dude. It's fucking so massive. I always forget how goddamn massive this shit is. I love this band, by the way. This is like, you want to squat, you want to get good at squatting? Listen to this shit. That'll change your psychology real quick. If y'all like what you see, go ahead and like and subscribe. That's true. I will say, we are also an 18 plus channel, so if you're not over the age of 18, get the fuck out of here. All right. The eyes aren't popping like in the reference. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to assume the reason the eyes aren't popping is probably... That's not what I want to copy. What the hell? The reason it's probably not popping is probably because of the relative colors, okay, which is a complicated subject. It's very hard to give feedback on that, but what happens is when you have a lot of gray tones in your piece, okay, and then you bump the saturation on a gray tone, it tends to feel a little bit brighter. So I'm looking at this now. There's like some streaks here. There's a lot of dark values around. I'm trying to think of how you can make it pop more. Let's look at the... First of all, let's keep an eye on this bottom square here, okay? While I run my eyedropper tool over top of this drawing, I want you to try and notice what happens in this region here. What colors they've chosen for their reference. I'm going to try to help you with this, but I will be honest, this is a little bit out of my wheelhouse. Okay? So I'm looking here, and they went pretty saturated in this region. Very high in value, so we're almost pure white in certain areas. Probably like... Yeah, see, we're going pretty high up in value. Just floating around the eye here. It's pretty high in value. How's yours? It goes pretty high. It goes pretty high. How's it relative to the rest of the eye? The rest of the eye seems pretty gray here. Your eye feels way brighter. I think if we took your eye and made it a little less bright and flattened out the values, it would help it feel like it pops a little bit more. Just doing... See? See, just darkening those values, it feels like it pops from a distance a little bit more. Now, they've also applied texture and glare. Okay, they've got this lens flare effect going over their eye. How you're going to replicate that, that's tricky. They're probably using a very specific brush. I don't know that my brush can necessarily do the same texture, but it is sort of a thing where they just basically drag their brush over like that. Now, the rest of the face here, they've probably got a little bit more... There's sort of a mid-tone here above the eye. You're similar to that, but I think theirs is a little bit more saturated. So I'm just going to push the saturation in this region just a little bit, add a little bit of warmth. I think also you need to push the values under the nose here. So their values seem a lot darker by the nose here. So you just don't have enough value range. If I put like a darker tone in here, so I'm gonna color pick your thing. I'm just gonna push it a little bit down in value and a little bit to the right in saturation. So I'm saturating as I'm getting darker. I'm gonna apply that in here. I'm going to blend this out so it's not as bright the whole way through and it sort of gradually goes into being bright. We're going to also just sort of tone down a lot of the brightness here. We're going to take some of the color hues we have here and we're going to sprinkle them in the eye just a little bit. Add some lower lid here just to sort of shape the form of the eye a little bit. We can go darker. Now, one thing you've done here, I color picked this, trying to get a darker color, and I noticed that you went pure black here. If I had to bet, I would say even in her darkest regions, that dot there never touches pure black. There's maybe some areas of pure black, but I doubt it's on the eyebrow. Yeah, we're not pure black here. You want to avoid pure black almost all the time, okay? There's certain areas, like in here, it's pretty dark, okay? She goes pretty close to it, but she's still not 100% pure black. I can make this bigger to illustrate my point, okay? Look how much space there is between that and the bottom, which would be pure black. Whereas if I color pick on yours, you're really close to pure black there. You're basically pure black. Okay, you're pretty dark there. I would avoid, as a rule of thumb, almost always avoid going pure black on your rendering. Almost always. Okay? Save pure black for like 1% of the piece and be very selective with where you do it. In this case, it's here. Okay, she goes pure black in this region. But in general, there's no pure black anywhere else, especially not in something like an eyebrow. Okay? So we gotta get rid of that. Oopsie daisy. That's okay, dude. It's okay. So I'm just gonna tone this down a little bit. And my CSP is crashing. Give me a second here. Just JR, how you doing, big dog? How you doing? We're just going over a little revision real quick. Now I'm looking at the brow shape here. Her brow is a lot bigger than yours. So when you do a small little highlight here, and this could just be from the value I applied underneath the lid here. When you do a small little line like this, what you're saying is my brow bone is very, very thin. Whereas hers, she has pretty big, lower prominent brow bone there. So probably somewhere down here. So I'm gonna color pick some medium tones and just sort of apply that here. Blend that out. We're gonna add a little bit of texture here, so I'm gonna go to a different brush. Let's go with my sketching brush. Where the hell is it? Where the hell is it? I'm gonna just imply a little bit of eyebrow hair here. And I feel like just fixing that little region, like, does it not feel like it pops a little bit more? We darkened the areas around it. We got rid of some of the lighter tones, and it just, to me, feels like it pops a little bit more. We could push it more. So I think if I add more saturation, this area here strikes me as fairly saturated. It's actually pretty mid-tone-ish. So let's go around there, and we'll apply some saturation in here. So what I think is, I don't think it's necessarily the colors you chose. I think it's more the colors around it. And that's why I illustrated that. I showed you guys that illusion earlier, right? Oh, that's too dark. I showed you that illusion earlier with the color picking or whatever. And what I want to illustrate is that the areas, the colors around an area are going to influence how that area feels. Okay? So that's why I showed you that illustration, and that's why I say you can't trust your brain. You have to understand how the things relate to each other in a holistic sense. Also, who just followed me? Wizzies, you follow little old me? She. So yeah, so that's all I did is I just sort of I tried to match a little bit more the values that she's applied here. Or I say she, but it could be a guy. I don't really know. But anyways, it doesn't really matter. But the point is I changed up some of these values. I got rid of the pure black. I'm gonna flip some of these hair strands a little bit more. We'll use it. I don't know what this brush is. It's one of my brushes. It's somewhere in here. Yeah, it's not giving me enough some texture here. I want this to feel like there are more looser strands. This brush is not it though. Your highlights here need to be broken up into more appealing shapes. So if you look at this chunk here, if I'm going over this with like my red brush, let's say, right, and I look at this is all basically one piece. Okay. Yes, I said one piece. And then the rest is like its own piece here. These two pieces, they're doing the thing that I talked about the other day where they're very similar in size. Okay? Get to 750 in no time. I'm hoping, dude. Not trusting your brain is so real. It's true. Yeah, there's a door, non-adults. Yeah, get out of here if you're a minor, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, so one thing I'm noticing, again, back to the shape design and the large, medium, and small quick, the thing we talked about before. If you look at her white colors here. Who's following me? Who's following me? Theb33 with knees. You follow little old me? Ain't no way, dude. Thank you for the follow, big dog. I appreciate you. So if you look at her, she's got a small piece here that's dark, okay? Like another medium-ish, like white grayish piece here. A big white piece sort of here. But it's broken up into smaller, like, pieces that complement the shape and design, right? So that's what I'm talking about when I'm saying small, medium, and large. These are, like, these will appear in the most non-obvious ways sometimes, but they exist, and that's why hers feels nice and yours feels a little bit flatter. It's because you have these two pieces that are basically the same size next to each other, doing the whole twinning or symmetry thing that I had talked about previously. It's a guy also in his 30s. Oh, so true, dude. So true. No twinning. No twinning. / symmetry. There are times to use symmetry. Shape design is not one of them. You can use symmetry in gestural posing, but in general, you want to avoid same size shapes next to each other. It's just a big no-no. We hate twinning on this channel. We do, dude. Symmetry bad. It flattens out images. It's just a thing you want to avoid. I came with April's raid or Apri's raid. I was like, her name's April? I came with Apri's raid, and I've just been observing from the shadows. Thank you, Theb33 with knees. I appreciate you so much. What do you think so far, Theb? What are you thinking? Also, I don't know if your name is, Oh, it's the B with knees. It's not Theb. Okay, I get it. I get it now. The B. How you doing? So does that make sense, quick? Does this help a little bit? It's all just shape design. Yeah, kind of. Like, that's the thing. Like, this whole thing looks chaotic and messy, but there's shapes within this, and there's logic to this, right? Oh, it's B with knees. Yeah, I figured. So while it looks messy, like, I bet you if we took yours, right? I'm just gonna get rid of this white paint over or red line I did here. And let's say I break this up. I'm gonna take my painting brush. Let's say I break this up with smaller pieces in here. Maybe we'll do a little bit of gray over here. The shapes are not these. We're getting into too close to like same size territory there. Okay. I feel like just adding those little elements kind of makes it just more interesting, right? As a shape design, don't you think? Versus what it is before. All we did was add a little bit of breaking up the shapes with some small, medium, and large, right? Even not even small, medium, and large. Just kind of just adding little small bits to it. We didn't even push it that much. But I feel like it sort of it makes it a more interesting design, in my opinion, of course. And we could go for a medium shape maybe. Maybe some stragglers here. You know what I mean? Quick. Does that make sense? So I'm gonna leave you with that. I'm gonna reapply the revision of like shape design. Large, medium, small. Large, medium, small. And relative colors, okay? Or yeah, relative colors, really. Color relativity, which is a complicated thing. It's very difficult to explain. It's a thing you really, really have to train yourself into, and it's not a thing I'm particularly good at, so it's hard for me to give a lot of info on this. I will give you a resource, though. There's a book that is fantastic, okay? This is a great book on lighting and color. It's James Gurney's Color and Light, okay? It's called Color and Light, a guide for realistic painting. And it's applied mostly around the idea of oil painting, but a lot of traditional or digital art stems from oil painting. A lot of like the people who do digital art are oil painters. Another thing I think you could do, I think you could shrink the jaw. I know we brought the jaw in a little bit, but I think you could also bring the jaw up and it'll feel a little bit more feminine. And that will give you space to bring the nose up. Because I think your nose is a little too prominent and sticking out a little too much. So I'd bring it up just a little bit. And I think it's going to feel a lot more like the reference this way. I'm just going to add some red in here just so you know that these are the fixes. So start with that, and we can come back to it again. Now you're absorbing a lot here, dude. You're learning a lot, okay? So I don't know that you necessarily need to keep getting revisions on this particular drawing. I dropped the revisions in the Discord. You could probably move on to another reference or something because you learned a lot. I fucking have Color and Light next to me, but not gonna lie, last time I read it, I didn't get it. Yeah, it's one of those things that I was talking about earlier where it's a nice thing to come back to every now and then. But it is like the Bible for lighting, I will tell you. It is very, very, very good for lighting. So hopefully that gives you some direction. And I would be honest, dude, when you go to do a study quick, and this applies to everybody listening, okay? This is not just a quick thing. Really gotta sleep, buy snack, buy NFT. Guys, have fun. All right. I appreciate you, Chain. Sorry I missed your message. This applies to anybody who does art, okay? I think the biggest thing that I see artists do when they're trying to do studies is they try to replicate things rather than actually study a thing. And I'm not saying you've done that. I think you've done quite a bit, and I think you've learned quite a bit through the revisions I'm giving you. But I think one thing I've noticed is artists go into art studying in a different way than they would, let's say, doing literature or math or French or whatever language training, whatever class you take. What do you do typically to learn in any of those classes? I just like pulled my computer. Anyways, what do you do typically in any of those classes, guys? Okay, what does the teacher typically have you do in that class? I'm not going to give you the answer. I just want to know if somebody's going to blurt it out. Learn the core concepts. That's good. That's good. That's not what I'm looking for, but that's good. Read, then apply it. Also good. Also good. These are all good things, dude, and these all answer the question. Repetition. What I'm really trying to get here, guys, I'm trying to get take notes, okay? Take notes. And take notes in a way that you understand. So everything that we did, I don't know if you noticed, quick, every single revision we've done, and we've done 3 over the past 2 days, I've given you bullet notes, okay? And when I'm approaching a study in art in particular, I never ever see artists do this. I see some artists do it. I see some artists do it, but I don't see it as a common practice in art. And it's a bit of a pet peeve of mine because you will do it in every other domain that you're trying to learn academically, but you won't do it in art for some reason. Not you. I'm speaking generally. A lot of artists don't. And one thing I would notice or try and get with my notes is, let's say I'm looking at like, I don't know. Let's say I'm looking at a drawing, right? Let's pull up your drawing. Pull up the drawing you were studying. So let's say we're studying this. Oops, I'm posting it in the wrong layer. There we go. Let's say I'm studying this. Things I'm looking for before I even start drawing, okay? Give you a study guide, look at the study guide, take it away, try to remember it. When you get stuck, go back to the study guide, study, apply from memory, study again. Basically, but you can build your own study guide, right? You're trying to develop your style, and what that is just you basically taking elements from other drawings that you like and trying to incorporate them into your own workflows, right? And then when you amalgamate a bunch of different artists' work styles into your own, you get your own unique sort of mishmash of all those different artists, and that's more or less what we call style, right? And maybe along the way, you're inventing your own sort of like shorthands and ways of drawing, and those are also incorporated into your style, right? This is how style develops. And so, let's say I'm looking at this piece here, and I want to study this piece. Well, what I would do typically is I would start taking notes before I even draw anything. Maybe I'll go over this with my color picker tool, and I'm gonna go, okay, where is the lightest region, and what is the lightest value? So that's a good place to start, almost everywhere. So she does seem to go pretty like pure white here. Like on these highlights, she's going, I say she, I don't know if it's a guy or a girl who do this, just bear with me here. She's going pure white, okay, on the highlights here. Pretty bright over in these highlights here. So we're going pure white. Now, do we go pure black? We go pretty close to pure black, but we don't ever really touch, it seems. No matter how much I'm moving over this dark region, it doesn't seem like it ever really goes pure black. It's going to be easier for you guys to visualize if I make this bigger. But see, we're not actually touching pure black at the bottom here. So maybe I'd make a note like, okay, we're not really ever going pure black on this. We're getting pretty damn close, but we're not ever touching pure black. And this is the thing that you'll see in probably most art pieces. And the reason I say notes is because when I take these notes, right, if I'm taking my notes here, lightest, she goes pretty pure white. So I'd say there's some pure white. 100% white. Okay, so this is what my notes would look like. So she'll go 100% white. Not to the masses, never touch pure colors. Note to the masses, never touch pure colors. That's true. I would say, as a rule of thumb, avoid going pure black. There are times for pure white. It's going to be very dependent on the style of the piece you're going for. In general, though, simply put, I would avoid pure black in every piece. Okay? Until you have like a good grasp of how to use blacks, I would just avoid them. And by avoid blacks, I mean avoid pure blacks. I don't mean like avoid dark grays or anything. Like this right here, this would be a dark gray, okay? This is not a pure black. This is a pure black. The difference, very, very subtle. Very, very subtle. But I would just avoid pure blacks. I know it sounds dumb, just don't do it, okay? Kind of racist, to be honest. Yeah, I'm being racist. I am being color phobic, I will say, towards certain values and ranges. So if we're gonna go by with that analogy, then yes, we want to avoid and we want to segregate our colors a little bit more. So avoid pure black. So the lightest, she does go pure white. The darkest, let's say 95% black is the darkest. I'm gonna put a V here for value. Let's say 95%. Now, we're looking at this piece, and what else am I doing? I'm going to see, okay, what are the ratios? What are the ratios here? How much of this piece is dark versus how much of this piece is light? Now, there's a pretty neutral background here. The tones in the back, if you notice, if I'm moving over this, is pretty much the same value. It doesn't move much on the value scale, but what she is doing is she's moving her hues around. So as this moves around the background here, the range of values stays relatively the same, but I'm seeing the hues jump all over the place, which is what gives this sort of like ethereal color transition feeling. Grays are probably going to be your bread and butter when it comes to digital painting. Okay, different hues of gray. What is a hue? It's basically a value that it's a you can think of a okay. Let's say you have a petri dish. Let's say you want to make a color. The point of this petri dish is to make a color. How are you going to do that? Well, you're going to use either a value, which is something that is either close to white or close to black, but has no other color. So it's basically either white or black, and everything in between would be gray. Okay? So we haven't added any color yet. We're adding a value in this petri dish. Okay, so let's say we add a gray into this petri dish. Okay, we're adding a gray into this petri dish. Now what we want to do is we want to choose a hue, which is essentially a color that we're going to use to infuse into our gray. Okay, so I'm going on this color wheel, and as I move around this color wheel in this circle, I'm moving through the hues. Let's say I want to add a green here. So I'm gonna add a green to this this petri dish. Okay. As I add depending on how much of this green I add, if I add this much of the green, let me just highlight it in red. Let's say I add this much of the green, it's going to saturate it, and this is what saturation is. It's how much of the hue we're putting into the value. So if I add this much of the green into the petri dish, I'm saturating it by that much. If I add this much of the value, or this much of the hue, I'm saturating it way more. Okay? So how much of this hue you infuse into your value is going to determine how saturated, meaning how pushed to the right of this particular color slider your color will be. So if we start with a gray like we have here, so I'll color pick this. We're going to infuse it with a green. So let's say I'm going to add this much green here. That's going to basically push it to here. Okay? Just think of this as the amount of green being added. And what that's going to do to the gray is going to make it look like this. Okay? It's still grayish, but it's a greenish gray. Hey, Tanuki, how you doing? By the way, I got somebody follow me just recently. And let me thank you. Jacqueline, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Okay? If I add, let's say I want to add this much green. Okay? I'm adding all that. I'm saturating the value way more. Okay? And then you're going to end up with a much, much brighter, more vivid green. Now, let's say this wasn't a gray background, but it was a white background, okay? So, or a lighter background. We can't really do white on white here, so I'm just going to use like an off-white to illustrate my point. Now I'm infusing this white value with a hue, and we're getting, let's say I do this much, okay? We're getting a much brighter green, okay? Do you guys get how hue, value, and saturation work with each other now? The hue is the thing you're infusing into the value, and the amount of that hue that you're putting into the value is going to determine how saturated that value becomes. I use the petri dish analogy because I feel like it's a good visual to determine how much of, you know, a physical object you're moving into another one. But this is basically the hue in here. And then the amount that you're actually dropping into that petri dish is going to be the saturation amount. Can you start from the beginning? No, man. Just rewind the video. I don't want to go through that again. There's tons of people listening. I don't want to bore them with that again, but do your homework. Yeah, get back to work, NFT. Whoosh, get back to work. Also, don't add too many highly saturated colors. That's true. That's another big rule. Now, this one is a little bit harder to stick to because there are some artists, in particular in the anime space, or people who do like anime art, right, that tend to go very, very, very saturated. So that one's, Cursed, you're not wrong. I just typically don't usually give that one as a generalized guideline, mostly because I've seen people break that in a way that's really appealing. I've never really seen somebody break the don't go too dark rule in an appealing way, unless they're drawing on like a really, 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 really dark canvas. But typically, like going pure black is going to be worse than going too saturated. But you do want to avoid going too saturated. Fuck. Tupa pick CrossFit. Thank you for the follow. So, all that to say, now what I'm doing is I'm checking the ratios. Again, back to how I study, okay? So I'm looking at this drawing and I'm going, okay, how much of this is dark on the actual subject? We're just talking about the subject here, okay, guys? Not talking about the background, just talking about the subject. Okay? On the actual subject, how much of it is dark? I'm going to say, like, below the 50% mark here, I'm going to say probably 80% of this entire piece is in the bottom half of this square. Probably around 80%. Let's say 70. And these are going to be estimates. 70% is in lower value range. Okay? Meaning below the 50% line of the values. That follower notification is such a jump scare, so loud. I can turn it down, I guess. I don't know. It's part of the bit of just having it be loud as hell. I don't know. I think it's funny, but it does scare the shit out of my chat every time. Okay. So now that I've got that, now okay, how much of the lights are used? How much are we hanging out in the top half? Well, it's probably going to be the other 30%. I don't really need to like track this much too much, but it looks like the lights actually, even though they're the other 30%, they're still kind of existing in this sort of like upper, like between the 50 and 75% mark. So my whites, or my lights, my whites, that sounds very racist. My lights are probably around, they're still not full white. They're kind of in the sort of, let's say, 15 to 30% range. In the 15 to 30% range, range. And about 30% of the piece. And these are how I take my notes, okay? And then as you do this, you build yourself guidelines. So now when you're going to study something, you have boundaries that you know that you have to exist within, okay? And you can use these notes. We took 3 bullets, okay? But these 3 bullets really inform a whole lot about how I'm going to make my decisions when I'm doing my study. Do you guys get what I'm saying? Like these bullets here are now a guide that I can use to really reduce the chances of me making mistakes when I'm trying to learn more from this. Because I have these outer limits on what I know I should do while I'm trying to make a replication of this piece. And the more you do this, the more you'll start to notice these patterns across different drawings, and you'll start to notice a lot of these bullets repeat across different drawings. Okay? And the more you do that, the easier it is for you to be able to reproduce these without the illustrations and without the guidelines. This is how I approach studying art, okay? And this is how I advocate for people to study their art. Vasco, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, Vasco. Vasco. Fuck. Right? So, if you disagree with this, that's fine. I think I'm right. This is how I think everybody should study. If you disagree with it, that's fine. You can keep going back to just drawing whatever you see. But I think you're going to have it stick a lot more if you do it this way, in a more critical analysis type of approach. And look, we did it with values here, but you could do this with color. You could do it with background values. You could do it with relationships between sort of different fabrics. How big how much they use large, medium, and small shapes, etc., 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 etc. Right? You can study however you want. All I'm saying is that you should probably take notes. That's all. Lesson over. Rant over. I'm gonna go back to drawing my beautiful babe now. And listen to whatever the hell we're listening to. Daft Punk is what we're listening to. I didn't hear what you said, but I disagree with everything. Yeah, well, that's okay. I would ban you if I could, but you've got the mod symbol, so you're unfortunately safe. One more time. Let me move that into the reference folder. We can get rid of this. You could ban NFT instead. Don't tempt me, dude. What's NFT's homework? It's the same as everybody else's. I think Boba is he's kind of like you ever watched Recess when you were a kid? Boba's kind of like Randall. Except I'm like if Miss Finster was like way chiller, you know what I mean? Way chiller, way cooler with a way bigger dick. That's Miss Finster in my world. But Boba's definitely kind of like Randall, where he snitches on people if they don't do their homework. Okay? And NFT never does his homework, so Boba's always he's always calling him out live on stream. It's free content. Been ages since I've seen Recess. I love that show. I used to watch that shit every day before school. I'm really struggling with this back eye, dude. I've been at it forever. Also, I guess one last thing. Do you guys want to see some notes I've taken? Just as an example of like genuine notes that I've worked my way through figuring out. I did a study of EO58 a while ago off a 3 hour segment of like his stream. And these were all the notes I pulled. Okay. Actually, I don't even think I think sorry, not 3 hours. I think it was like a 3 minute like clip. And I just took a bunch of notes and it helped me, and then I produced this out of it, like just the face region, right? Because I was trying to replicate what he was doing. Right, so there's tons of stuff in here. Brush is hard round with opacity around 80%. Brush has a multiply property, which allows for more control of hue, saturation, and value. I was trying to figure out what brush he used, because he's in Photoshop. I really don't like it, though. I did try it. It's just not really a thing I enjoyed. Femora Lewis drawing. Thank you, dude. Yeah. So, and then, you know, the different hues, the gray ranges, all that stuff. So I think and I managed to be able to replicate that again just off of memory, just off of doing that one study. So you can get a lot out of a study. I just think when people do like sort of copies, they just you're leaving so much on the table. You know what I mean? There's just so much more juice you could squeeze out of that lemon. Fucking eye, dude. I will say, all this talk of studying, it's been a while since I've done a study. I am due. Haven't you been low key doing studies with these? Basically, yeah, kind of. But it's not like when I say study, I really mean active study. I definitely will watch his streams and just sort of try and observe like things he does that I can incorporate into my own work. So yeah, you're totally right. I just mean more like active studying in the way I demonstrated earlier with like bullets and all that stuff. I haven't done one of those in a while, like where I'm trying to learn a specific thing. I think it's you sort of get better at like observing things where stuff like that becomes a little less necessary. But it's still valuable to come back to. You know what I mean? Like this far eye is probably something I should look at and be like, how would he do this? You know what I mean? Because I've been struggling with this far eye, and this is a strange angle. And I know where the pupil would go, or sorry, the iris. It would go like there, but it just feels like they're the right size. It just feels flat. It just doesn't feel like the way I want. It like it doesn't have the appeal I want, which is the issue. Maybe the eyelid should be lower. Hey, Mr. Snack, what up, Yazzo? How you doing, big dog? Oh, damn, I've been going for 5 hours. I'm gonna wrap up stream pretty soon, guys. I knew it. What? Oh man, what? I'm a little baby bitch, dude. I can't do the 5 hour shit. Also, guys, tomorrow I got some extra bad news. There's no stream tomorrow. Why? Because I'm going to a water park. Okay, I'm gonna go splish and splash in the water with my boys. I just got here and knew you'd be done. I mean, I'm not done. I'm still here. Ooh, sounds like fun. Yeah, normally I wouldn't cancel stream for something like that, but I do every now and then gotta make sure I maintain my relationships. You gonna hit the body slides? Ooh, I may. I may. Water park? Oh yeah. Snag getting a beach episode? Exactly. I just can't get this fucking eye to feel right. Imagine apologizing for having a fun day with your friends. I mean, I don't like missing scheduled streams. I just don't like it. Okay, that's just the type of person I am. I like being accountable to my schedule without like there are certain circumstances like I'm sick or I'm sleepy or I'm just really 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 pissed off or grumpy or whatever that I'll cancel. But in general, I try and avoid it. And hanging out and splishing and splashing with the boys is usually not on the list of things that I would cancel stream for. But my buddy, you know, I want I can't just always be like, sorry boys, I'm only available in the evenings every week. I gotta maintain those relationships sometimes too. So that's more or less why I'm doing it. But yeah, whatever, dude. All right, Mr. Cat Snack. Pleasure meeting you, but I have to leave now. Have a good stream. Thank you to Flanring. I appreciate you, and I will catch you in the next one. Everybody watching right now, my stream schedule is Friday and Monday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, all this is Eastern Time. EST. Can't see shit with this brush. Okay. And then my Saturday and Sunday schedules, with the exception of tomorrow, are 12 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, so every Saturday and Sunday at 12 p.m., every Friday and Monday at 5:30 p.m. All right. Bye, Pookies. I'm leaving. You just got here. It's all good. I'm wrapping up anyways. Let me see who we could rate. Let's do. What's this person doing? This person. Are they drawn? Oh, shit. Brett Hall. Thank you for the follow, big dog. I'm glad I passed your test. All right, this person's got a followers only chat. We're not rating them. Let's try this person. And I'm watching an ad. Okay. Okay, we're gonna probably raid this person once this ad's done. Oh no, there's no. Never mind. They don't have a mic. Oh, so tough. Who's this person? I think I've rated this guy before. I think. Okay, we'll raid this guy. I think he talks. I can't hear him talking. I gotta pause the music. I can't tell if this guy's talking. Okay, he talks. He talks. Okay, we'll rate him. I think. I think he talks. I didn't hear him, but his chat's talking to him, and you know, he's talking back. So we'll play the music, and then wrap this one up. Thanks for stream. No worries, dude. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for the raid, Failed Cap. I appreciate you. We're gonna raid into Nim Nora. He seems like a pretty skilled artist. He looks like he's doing some sort of splash art. Pretty dope. All right, guys. I appreciate you all for coming out. I will see you guys all on Monday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. See you there. Bye-bye.